Imagine a heated political debate. Two candidates stand on stage, arguing about economic policy. One presents detailed data on tax reform, but instead of addressing the argument, the opponent scoffs and says, "Well, of course you'd say that. You're a millionaire who's never struggled a day in your life." The audience reacts, maybe even laughs. But what just happened? That's a textbook example of the ad hominem fallacy. Instead of refuting the argument with facts or logic, the response attacks the person making the argument. Ad hominem, which translates from Latin as to the person, is one of the most common and deceptive logical fallacies. It occurs when someone dismisses an argument by attacking the character, background, or circumstances of the person presenting it, rather than engaging with the actual content of their claims. It's often effective because people are emotionally swayed by personal attacks, making it easier to dismiss arguments without actually thinking through their validity. Consider another example from politics. A candidate proposes stricter environmental regulations to combat climate change. Instead of addressing the proposal's merits, their opponent retorts, "This is coming from someone who flies on private jets. Why should we take them seriously?" While the candidate's personal habits might be relevant to their credibility, they don't automatically invalidate the argument. The regulations proposed could still be effective, regardless of the personal choices of the person advocating for them. That's the key issue with ad hominem. It sidesteps the argument itself. There are different types of ad hominem attacks, each with its own variation on the theme. The first is the abusive ad hominem. This is the most blatant form, where someone directly insults or belittles their opponent instead of addressing their argument. Think of a debate where one person says, "Your proposal on healthcare is flawed because you're an idiot who doesn't understand basic economics." No actual reasoning is given against the proposal, just an attack on the person making it. Another version is the circumstantial ad hominem, where instead of outright insulting someone, the attack focuses on their circumstances, background, or potential biases. This is what we saw in the millionaire politician example. A person's background may shape their views, but it doesn't inherently make their arguments wrong. A wealthy person can still make a valid case for tax reform, just as a poor person can make a valid case against it. The argument should be judged on its own merit, not the personal situation of the one presenting it. Then there's the tu quo, or you too fallacy, which tries to dismiss an argument by accusing the opponent of hypocrisy. Imagine a public figure who speaks about the dangers of smoking, but someone retorts, "Why should we listen to you? You used to smoke for years." While it may seem relevant, this doesn't actually refute the argument that smoking is harmful. Even if the person giving the warning engaged in the behavior themselves, the argument stands or falls based on evidence, not personal history. This kind of fallacy thrives in public discourse because it's easy and persuasive. Political debates, social media arguments, and even everyday conversations are filled with ad hominem attacks. Instead of debating the validity of policies, people tear each other down, shifting focus away from ideas and onto personalities. It's an effective rhetorical strategy, but a weak logical one. That's not to say that a person's character is always irrelevant. There are situations where it matters. If a scientist is caught fabricating data, it's reasonable to question their credibility. If a politician has a history of corruption, it's fair to scrutinize their motives. But questioning credibility isn't the same as using ad hominem to avoid engaging with the argument itself. If the data presented is valid, it remains valid regardless of who presents it. In everyday life, recognizing ad hominem can help us think more critically. When someone dismisses an idea because of who said it, rather than what was said, it's worth pausing and asking, does this actually address the argument, or is it just a personal attack? By focusing on reasoning rather than rhetoric, we can have better discussions, make better decisions, and avoid being misled by emotional appeals. You meet someone at a party. They barely speak, avoid eye contact, and seem uncomfortable in the crowd. You try to strike up a conversation, but they respond with short answers and quickly move on. Instantly you think, wow, this person is rude. They must not like people at all. But here's the problem. This conclusion is based on a single interaction. Maybe they're just shy, tired, or having a bad day. Judging their entire personality based on one brief experience is a classic example of the hasty generalization fallacy. Hasty generalization happens when someone draws a broad conclusion from too little evidence. Instead of gathering enough information to make a well-supported claim, they rush to a sweeping judgment based on a small sample size. It's an easy trap to fall into because our brains love patterns. When we see something happen once or twice, we assume it must always be true, but reality is often more complex. Imagine you go to a new restaurant and have a terrible experience. The food is cold, the service is slow, and the waiter seems uninterested. Frustrated, you leave and think, this place is awful. It must be one of the worst restaurants in town. But is that really fair? You've only been there once. Maybe the chef was having a bad day. Maybe they were short-staffed. Maybe your experience was just an outlier. But instead of considering those possibilities, your mind jumps straight to a broad and absolute conclusion. This fallacy also appears in more serious situations, like in discussions about people and groups. Imagine someone has a bad experience with a tourist from another country. The tourist is rude and pushy, and suddenly, they think, people from that country are so disrespectful. That's hasty generalization in action, taking one or two encounters and using them to form a stereotype about an entire group. But just because one person behaved a certain way, doesn't mean everyone from that background is the same. A single bad driver doesn't mean everyone from a certain city drives poorly. One dishonest politician doesn't mean all politicians are corrupt. One failed investment doesn't mean all investments are bad. The issue with hasty generalization is that it skips the step of gathering sufficient evidence. Instead of looking at patterns over time, it rushes to a conclusion based on a tiny sample. This is especially dangerous when it comes to crime statistics, social issues, or even personal relationships. If someone sees a news report about a crime committed by a certain group, they might assume that the whole group is prone to crime. But a single incident, or even a handful, doesn't define an entire population. This kind of thinking fuels prejudice, misinformation, and unnecessary fear. Hasty generalization also pops up in personal relationships. Say you meet someone new, and in your first conversation, they seem distracted and uninterested. Instead of considering that they might be stressed or preoccupied, you assume they're just a rude person. Later, you find out they were dealing with a personal problem that day. Your quick judgment was unfair because it was based on limited information. This fallacy shows up in arguments all the time. In debates, one person might say, I tried a diet for a week, and it didn't work. That proves all diets are useless. But 1 week isn't enough time to measure effectiveness. Or someone might say, I met a doctor who gave bad advice. You can't trust doctors at all. Again, one bad experience doesn't mean the whole profession is unreliable. Hasty generalization often leads to false beliefs and bad decisions. If someone tries a new hobby once and struggles, they might say, I'm terrible at this, so I'll never try again. But how can you know if you're bad at something after just one attempt? Skills take time to develop. The same goes for friendships. If someone has a bad experience with one person at a social event, they might conclude, no one here likes me. But that's a huge assumption based on very little evidence. In politics and media, this fallacy is everywhere. A politician might point to one successful person and say, "See, this proves my policies work." But one example doesn't prove a trend. Or a news outlet might report on a single dramatic event and frame it as if it represents a widespread crisis. But isolated incidents don't always reflect the bigger picture. That's why critical thinking is so important. To avoid falling into hasty generalization, ask yourself, do I have enough data to make this claim? Is my conclusion based on a single experience or a broad pattern? Am I letting one event define an entire group, place, or idea? Slowing down and questioning our assumptions can help prevent unfair judgments and misleading conclusions. Instead of jumping to conclusions, gathering more evidence leads to better, more accurate reasoning. Imagine early settlers traveling through the wilderness, constantly aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. One of their biggest threats? Wolves. To throw the predators off their trail, they would drag a smoked fish, specifically a red herring, across their path. The strong scent would mislead the wolves, distracting them from their actual target. While this tactic worked in the wild, a similar strategy is often used in arguments, not with fish, but with distractions meant to throw people off the real issue. This is the essence of the red herring fallacy, a sneaky trick where someone introduces an irrelevant point to divert attention from the original argument. Instead of addressing the real issue, they shift the focus to something else, often something emotionally charged or seemingly related, but ultimately unrelated. The goal isn't to clarify or strengthen a position, but to lead the discussion astray, just like misleading wolves with the scent of a fish. This fallacy happens all the time, often without people realizing it. Imagine a political debate where a candidate is asked about their stance on healthcare reform. Instead of answering directly, they say, "It's interesting you bring that up. What we should really be talking about is how my opponent has flip-flopped on economic policies over the years." See the trick? The discussion was about healthcare, but now it's shifted to their opponent's past decisions. The original question remains unanswered, buried under the distraction. Red herrings are effective because they prey on emotions, biases, or unrelated but intriguing topics. They make the audience forget what was originally being discussed, often leading them down a different path without realizing they've been misled. This technique is frequently used in crime dramas and detective stories, where an innocent but suspicious-looking character is introduced to throw viewers off the scent of the real culprit. The audience gets distracted, convinced they've solved the case, only to realize they've been following the wrong trail. This fallacy can also appear in personal arguments. Imagine a teenager who gets caught breaking curfew. When confronted, they don't address the rule breaking, but instead say, "Why are you always focusing on the things I do wrong? My brother gets away with everything, and you never say anything to him." Now the discussion has moved from the teen's mistake to their sibling's behavior. It's a deflection, an attempt to stir up emotions and change the subject. It also shows up in advertising. A company might be criticized for unethical business practices, and instead of addressing the issue, their public statement focuses on how much money they've donated to charity. While charitable donations are great, they don't answer the original concern. The conversation is redirected, making people forget what the real problem was in the first place. Another example is during heated debates about science or social issues. Suppose someone is discussing climate change and presents strong evidence that global temperatures are rising due to human activity. Instead of responding to the evidence, an opponent might say, "Well, the real issue is how scientists have been wrong before. Remember when they predicted an ice age decades ago? That point might sound relevant, but it's not addressing the core argument. It's a distraction designed to make people forget the real discussion. The red herring fallacy isn't just about changing topics, it's about making the shift seem natural so that people don't notice what's happening. If done skillfully, a discussion can take a complete detour, and by the time people realize it, the original question is long forgotten. It's like going on a road trip, following a GPS that suddenly takes you down a scenic detour. Before you know it, you're miles away from your destination, and you don't remember how you got there. This tactic is especially common in politics. Suppose a journalist asks a politician about corruption allegations. Instead of responding, the politician says, "What we should be talking about is how much I've done to improve the economy." While economic improvement might be important, it doesn't answer the question about corruption. It diverts attention, making people focus on something else, while the original concern remains unaddressed. The red herring fallacy works because our brains love to chase interesting ideas. We're naturally curious and easily pulled into new topics, especially if they're emotional or controversial. That's why this fallacy is so effective in media and public discourse. If a company is under fire for selling unsafe products, they might release a statement about their commitment to environmental sustainability. Suddenly the conversation shifts. People start discussing their green initiatives instead of their unsafe products. The problem hasn't been solved, it's just been overshadowed. Even in casual conversations, this fallacy appears all the time. Suppose two friends are debating whether a new movie is good or not. One friend says, "I didn't like the story, it felt weak and predictable." Instead of addressing that criticism, the other friend says, "Yeah, but the special effects were amazing. How can you not appreciate that?" While the special effects might be impressive, that wasn't the original argument. The discussion has now moved to visuals instead of storytelling, allowing the real issue to go unchallenged. This fallacy also plays a role in workplace discussions. Imagine an employee raises concerns about unfair wages in a company meeting. The manager responds by saying, "Well, we should really be focusing on how we've created so many job opportunities in the last year." That might sound like a valid point, but it's a distraction. The issue wasn't job creation, it was unfair wages. By shifting the focus, the concern is effectively dodged. Avoiding the red herring fallacy requires awareness. The next time you're in a debate or watching an argument unfold, pay attention to whether the response directly addresses the original point, or if it shifts focus. Ask yourself, is this relevant, or is it just leading me away from the issue at hand? Staying on track prevents misleading detours and keeps discussions productive. Imagine a celebrity like Kim Kardashian posting on social media about the importance of fighting climate change. She urges her followers to reduce their carbon footprint, to drive electric cars, to make sustainable choices. But then, just a few weeks later, reports surface showing that she regularly takes private jet flights for short trips, burning more fuel in a single flight than the average person does in months. People immediately call her out. How can you tell us to care about the environment when you're flying private everywhere? The argument shifts. Instead of discussing climate change or sustainable solutions, the focus turns to whether she's a hypocrite. And just like that, the issue is no longer about the environment, it's about Kim Kardashian's personal behavior. This is the QuoQue fallacy, also known as the U2 fallacy, a form of ad hominem attack, where someone dismisses an argument by pointing out the speaker's hypocrisy. Instead of engaging with the actual issue, the response becomes, "Well, you do it too." It's an attempt to discredit the person rather than the argument itself. While hypocrisy can be frustrating, it doesn't automatically invalidate what someone is saying. A hypocrite can still be right. Just because someone doesn't perfectly follow their own advice doesn't mean their advice is wrong. This fallacy shows up in all kinds of debates. Imagine a father telling his teenage son not to smoke because it's bad for his health. The son sees the father light a cigarette and immediately responds, "Well, you smoke, so why should I listen to you?" The father's smoking habit might make him a hypocrite, but it doesn't change the fact that smoking is bad for your health. Instead of addressing whether smoking is harmful, the son uses his father's actions as an excuse to dismiss the argument entirely. This is exactly what happens in political debates. A politician calls for honesty in government, but then an opponent points out that the politician once lied in the past. Instead of addressing the importance of honesty, the conversation shifts to whether the politician is trustworthy. The original argument disappears, and the focus is now entirely on the character of the person making it. QuoQue works because it triggers an emotional reaction. People don't like hypocrisy, so when they see it, they instinctively feel that the hypocrite must be wrong. But logically, that isn't the case. Imagine a doctor who warns patients about the dangers of obesity, but struggles with their own weight. Does their personal struggle mean their medical advice is incorrect? Of course not. The science behind their argument remains valid, regardless of whether they follow it themselves. This fallacy is also common in legal and ethical discussions. Suppose a company is exposed for underpaying employees. A spokesperson defends them by pointing out that other companies are doing the same thing. Well, our competitor pays their workers even less, but that doesn't justify the behavior. Just because someone else is doing something wrong doesn't make it right. The argument has been sidestepped in favor of pointing fingers. QuoQue is especially powerful in debates about morality. Suppose someone argues against cheating in relationships, saying that trust and commitment are important, but then someone responds, "Well, you cheated in your last relationship, so you have no right to talk." That shifts the discussion away from whether cheating is wrong, and instead makes it about the speaker's past actions. While calling out hypocrisy might feel satisfying, it doesn't change the truth of the original claim. This tactic is used in online debates all the time. Someone criticizes corporate greed, but a commenter digs up evidence that they once supported a big corporation. "Oh, so you hate corporate greed, but you own an iPhone." Hypocrite. The person might indeed be inconsistent in their personal choices, but that doesn't mean corporate greed isn't a problem. The argument itself remains valid, even if the person making it doesn't fully align with their own principles. Even in historical discussions, QuoQue appears. A country criticizes another nation's human rights abuses, and the response is, "Well, your country has committed its own crimes in the past." That might be true, but it doesn't address the present issue. It just shifts the focus away from the original concern. Instead of discussing what's happening now, the debate gets derailed by accusations about past mistakes. QuoQue is also used in parenting. A mother tells her child to eat vegetables because they're healthy, and the child responds, "But you never eat vegetables." The child might be correct in pointing out the inconsistency, but that doesn't change the fact that vegetables are healthy. The argument is still true, regardless of whether the mother follows her own advice. This fallacy also plays out in discussions about financial responsibility. Imagine a financial advisor warning clients about reckless spending, but then it's revealed that they are deep in debt. Critics immediately attack their credibility. How can you tell us how to manage money when you can't manage your own? But their personal financial struggles don't necessarily mean their financial advice is wrong. The logic behind budgeting and saving remains sound, even if the person giving the advice struggles to follow it. The effectiveness of QuoQue lies in its ability to create doubt. If people see hypocrisy, they assume the argument itself must be flawed. But in reality, hypocrisy and truth are separate issues. A person can fail to practice what they preach, and still be correct in what they say. That's why recognizing this fallacy is important. The next time someone dismisses an argument by attacking the speaker's personal actions, ask yourself, does this actually disprove the argument, or is it just a distraction? If the argument still holds up logically, then it shouldn't be dismissed just because the person making it is flawed. Avoiding QuoQue doesn't mean ignoring hypocrisy. If someone repeatedly fails to follow their own advice, it might make them a less trustworthy messenger, but it doesn't automatically make their message wrong. The key is to separate the truth of an argument from the behavior of the person making it. Understanding this fallacy allows for better discussions. Instead of getting caught up in personal attacks, debates can stay focused on ideas. Next time you hear someone say, "You do it too," take a step back and ask whether the argument itself has been addressed, or if the conversation has simply been derailed. Imagine you're watching a ghost hunting show. The team enters an old abandoned building, the lights flicker, and suddenly, a member of the group hears a strange noise. One of them says, "Did you hear that? That could be a ghost." Another jumps in, "And if it's a ghost, that means the building is haunted." Someone else adds, "And if it's haunted, that means spirits are real." Then before you know it, they've declared this single sound as undeniable proof of the afterlife. What started as a noise has escalated into a claim about the supernatural, all without solid evidence to back up each step. This is the slippery slope fallacy in action. An argument that assumes one event will inevitably lead to a chain of extreme consequences, even if there's no logical reason to believe that progression is unavoidable. Slippery slope arguments rely on fear and exaggeration. They suggest that if we take one small step in a particular direction, we'll be powerless to stop ourselves from sliding all the way down into disaster. It's as if logic suddenly turns into a greased-up slide, and once you step onto it, there's no stopping until you crash at the bottom. But reality doesn't work like that. One event doesn't always lead to the most extreme possible outcome. This fallacy appears constantly in political debates. Someone proposes a minor gun regulation, and an opponent argues, "If we pass this law, next they'll take away all our guns, and if they take our guns, we won't be able to defend ourselves, and if we can't defend ourselves, we'll be completely at the mercy of a tyrannical government." What started as a simple policy suggestion has spiraled into full-blown government oppression. Instead of discussing the actual merits of the proposed law, the argument jumps straight to the worst-case scenario. But there's no real reason to assume that one small change will lead to complete societal collapse. Slippery slope reasoning also comes up in personal decisions. Someone considers eating a slice of cake while on a diet, and they tell themselves, "If I eat this cake, then I'll start eating junk food every day. If I eat junk food every day, I'll gain a ton of weight. If I gain a ton of weight, I'll never be healthy again." Suddenly, what could have been a reasonable treat turns into a path toward total self-destruction. Instead of viewing choices as independent actions, the person assumes that one small indulgence will inevitably lead to a complete failure of self-control. But in reality, eating one slice of cake doesn't mean someone will instantly lose all discipline. It's an exaggerated assumption that ignores the ability to make balanced decisions. This fallacy often appears in arguments about technology. When social media platforms introduce new moderation policies, people say, if they start censoring some content, what's stopping them from censoring everything? If they censor everything, we'll lose free speech entirely. The idea that one rule will automatically lead to complete suppression of speech assumes a runaway effect without considering any nuance. Policies can be adjusted, debated, and modified. Things don't always move in one extreme direction. Slippery slope reasoning is also common in moral debates. Someone might say, if we allow assisted dying for terminally ill patients, then next, people with depression will request it. If that happens, then anyone who feels sad will be encouraged to die. Before long, we'll be living in a society where human life is meaningless. This argument jumps from a highly specific, controlled decision to a future where life has no value, without proving that each step would logically lead to the next. Just because one policy is enacted doesn't mean every extreme possibility must follow. In parenting, this fallacy comes up frequently. A teenager asks to stay out past curfew, and their parent responds, "If I let you stay out late tonight, then you'll want to stay out late all the time. If you're out late all the time, you'll start making bad decisions. If you make bad decisions, your whole future will be ruined." Instead of addressing whether staying out later one time is reasonable, the argument leaps to a future where the teen's entire life is in shambles. The fear of disaster clouds the ability to analyze the request on its own merits. Slippery slope arguments are especially dangerous in social debates. People argue, if we legalize marijuana, then we'll have to legalize all drugs. If we legalize all drugs, society will be overrun with addiction and crime. But legalizing one substance doesn't automatically mean every drug will follow. Each decision can be made independently, yet the fallacy assumes that once the first step is taken, there's no way to stop the rest. This reasoning also appears in relationships. A person might worry, if my partner forgets our anniversary this year, maybe next year they won't care about my birthday. If they don't care about my birthday, maybe they don't really love me. If they don't love me, then our relationship is doomed. A single mistake becomes a sign of complete emotional collapse, even though forgetting one date doesn't mean a person has stopped caring. The argument spirals out of control based on speculation rather than actual evidence. In business, the slippery slope fallacy is often used to resist change. A company considers allowing employees to work from home a few days a week, and an executive argues, if we allow that, next they'll want to work from home full-time. If they work from home full-time, productivity will drop. If productivity drops, we'll go out of business. Instead of evaluating remote work based on real data, the argument immediately jumps to the worst possible outcome, skipping over all the steps in between. One of the main problems with the slippery slope fallacy is that it assumes people have no control over future decisions. It treats actions like an unstoppable chain reaction rather than a series of individual choices. In reality, policies, behaviors, and decisions are evaluated at every step, and adjustments can be made before reaching an extreme outcome. Just because one action is taken doesn't mean all possible consequences must follow. To avoid falling for this fallacy, it's important to ask, is there actual evidence that one event will inevitably lead to the next? Instead of assuming a runaway effect, consider whether there are safeguards, alternatives, or independent choices that can be made along the way. Just because a ghost hunter hears a noise doesn't mean they've discovered the afterlife. Just because one small change is made doesn't mean it will snowball into total catastrophe. Recognizing the slippery slope fallacy helps keep discussions grounded in logic rather than fear-driven speculation. Imagine you're waiting in a long line at a coffee shop. You've been standing there for 15 minutes, and everyone ahead of you is waiting their turn. Then suddenly, a guy walks in, bypasses the entire line, and goes straight to the counter. The barista tells him he has to wait like everyone else, but he protests, "Oh, but I'm in a hurry," as if no one else in line has places to be. He believes his situation is special, that the rules shouldn't apply to him the same way they apply to everyone else. This is an example of special pleading, a logical fallacy, where someone applies a rule or standard to everyone else, but insists that they or their argument should be exempt without valid justification. Special pleading is a way of bending the rules when they become inconvenient. It's a defense mechanism that allows people to maintain their beliefs or behaviors even when they contradict logic or fairness. Instead of admitting that they should be held to the same standard as everyone else, they claim they deserve an exception. It's not about offering real evidence. It's about trying to escape scrutiny. This fallacy appears constantly in everyday life. A student gets caught cheating on a test, and when the teacher enforces the standard punishment, the student protests. "But I had a really bad week. I was stressed. I'm not like those other students who cheat for no reason." They don't argue that cheating is acceptable in general. They just argue that their case is different. They acknowledge the rule, but claim they should be an exception. Parents sometimes use special pleading when enforcing household rules. A child is told they must always clean up after themselves, but when the parent leaves a mess and is called out on it, they say, "I've had a long day. I'll clean it later." The expectation applies to the child, but suddenly, the same standard doesn't apply to the parent. Instead of admitting they're not following their own rule, they excuse themselves based on circumstances. This fallacy often appears in political debates. A politician argues that everyone should pay their fair share of taxes, but when their own tax records are revealed, showing they've used loopholes to avoid paying, they insist, "Well, my situation is different. I had good reasons." They don't dispute the principle of fair taxation, but they carve out an exception for themselves. The argument shifts from "everyone should follow the rules" to "I should be judged differently." Special pleading is also common in religious arguments. A person claims that miracles are impossible and that supernatural events never happen, but when asked about a miracle that supports their own beliefs, they respond, "Well, that one's different. That one is real." They don't provide an objective reason why their miracle should be taken seriously, while rejecting others. They just insist that their case is special. In debates about laws and crime, this fallacy appears frequently. A person argues for strict punishments for those who break the law, until they, or someone they care about, gets in trouble. Then suddenly, they believe there should be leniency. That context matters, that this one case is different. It's not about a universal standard anymore. It's about bending the rules when it suits them. You can even see special pleading in personal relationships. A person constantly cancels plans with their friends, but when their friends cancel on them, they get upset. When confronted, they say, "Yeah, but when I cancel, it's because I have a lot going on. You don't understand." They create an exception for their own behavior, while holding others to a different standard. This fallacy is a way to protect beliefs from being challenged. Someone argues that astrology is real, because their horoscope is always accurate. When it's pointed out that horoscopes are vague and apply to everyone, they respond, "Well, mine are different. Mine are always spot on." They don't provide evidence, just an insistence that their case is special. It also appears in medicine. A person who distrusts modern healthcare claims that doctors are just trying to make money and push unnecessary treatments. But when they personally need medical attention, they say, "Well, my case is different. I actually need this treatment." They don't reject modern medicine entirely. They just create an exception for themselves. Special pleading allows people to hold contradictory beliefs without acknowledging it. A person argues that welfare programs make people lazy and should be abolished, but when they need financial assistance, they insist, "Well, my case is different. I'm not like those other people." They maintain their stance while exempting themselves from their own logic. In arguments about intelligence, this fallacy appears frequently. Someone claims that people who don't read books are unintelligent. When it's pointed out that they themselves don't read much, they respond, "Well, I get my knowledge in different ways. I don't need books like other people do." Instead of adjusting their view, they make an excuse that shields them from their own standard. This fallacy is also common in health and fitness. A person lectures others about the importance of eating healthy and avoiding fast food. But when they're caught eating a burger, they say, "Well, I deserve a cheat day. It's different when I do it." The rule applies to others, but they carve out an exception for themselves. It can even appear in sports. A coach tells their team that showing up to practice on time is mandatory, but when they arrive late, they justify it with, "I had something important to do." You guys wouldn't understand. The expectation is absolute until it applies to them. One of the most dangerous aspects of special pleading is that it allows people to avoid self-reflection. Instead of confronting inconsistencies in their beliefs or actions, they invent excuses. It shields people from having to admit when they're wrong. To challenge this fallacy, ask one simple question: what makes this case different? If someone claims they deserve an exception, they should provide a valid reason, one that could apply to anyone in the same situation, not just them. If the only defense is, "it's different because it's me," then it's not a real argument. It's special pleading. Rules and standards should be applied consistently. If cutting in line is unfair, it's unfair for everyone. If cheating on a test is wrong, it's wrong for everyone. If an argument is valid, it should hold up even when applied to the person making it. Special pleading is a way of dodging accountability, but once you recognize it, you can see it for what it is, an attempt to escape logic when it becomes inconvenient. Imagine a teacher calls a student to their desk and asks, "Have you stopped cheating on tests?" No matter how the student answers, they're in trouble. If they say yes, it implies they were cheating before. If they say no, it implies they're still cheating. The question itself assumes something that hasn't been established as true, trapping the student in a no-win situation. This is an example of a loaded question, a logical fallacy, where a question is structured in a way that forces someone to accept a controversial or unjustified assumption just by answering. Loaded questions are designed to put the respondent in a difficult position. They rely on hidden premises that may not be true, but by answering, the person is forced to accept those premises without discussion. Instead of engaging in an open and fair conversation, the loaded question frames the situation in a way that makes it impossible to respond without looking guilty, foolish, or contradictory. This fallacy is common in arguments and debates, especially when someone wants to corner their opponent. Imagine a politician in a debate being asked, "Why do you support policies that hurt hard-working families?" The question already assumes the policies in question are harmful, leaving the politician with no good answer. If they try to defend their position, it sounds like they're agreeing with the premise that the policies are harmful. If they deny it outright, they might sound evasive. The question is not about seeking clarification, it's about forcing a particular narrative. Loaded questions also appear in personal relationships. A friend asks, "Why don't you ever listen to me?" This question already assumes that the person doesn't listen. Even if they argue that they do listen, they're still responding within the framework of the accusation. A more neutral question would be, "Do you feel like you're being heard?" That invites discussion instead of forcing one side into a defensive position. In courtrooms, skilled lawyers sometimes use loaded questions to manipulate testimony. Imagine a defense attorney asking a witness, "When did you first decide to lie about the events of that night?" This assumes the witness is lying. If they try to answer, they're implicitly accepting the accusation. The only way to counter a loaded question like this is to challenge the assumption outright. "I never lied about the events of that night." This fallacy also shows up in everyday arguments about morality and beliefs. A religious skeptic might ask a believer, "Why do you blindly follow a belief system without questioning it?" This assumes the believer has never questioned their faith, which might not be true. A believer might ask an atheist, "Why do you hate religion?" This assumes that the atheist's disbelief is based on hatred rather than reasoning. These types of questions don't encourage discussion. They force the respondent to argue within a framework that already paints them in a certain light. One of the most well-known examples of a loaded question is the classic, "Have you stopped beating your spouse?" It's a textbook example because it assumes the person was abusive in the first place. If they say yes, they admit to past abuse. If they say no, it sounds like they're still abusive. The only correct response is to reject the question entirely, and challenge the assumption behind it. Loaded questions are effective because they take control of the conversation before the other person even has a chance to respond. They're a way of sneaking an accusation into a question, making it seem like an innocent inquiry, when in reality, it's a rhetorical trap. They rely on the fact that many people will instinctively answer questions without realizing they've already conceded to an unfair assumption. This fallacy is especially common in media and interviews, where journalists or interviewers may use it to provoke controversy. A reporter might ask a celebrity, "How do you feel about your reputation for being difficult to work with?" This assumes the person already has a reputation for being difficult. If the celebrity responds, they've accepted the premise. A better response would be, "I don't accept that I have a reputation for being difficult." By challenging the assumption, they take back control of the conversation. Parents sometimes use loaded questions without realizing it. A frustrated parent might ask their child, "Why are you always misbehaving?" The question assumes that the child is always misbehaving, even if they rarely do. A more fair way to express the concern would be, "I've noticed some misbehavior lately. Can we talk about what's going on?" This approach invites discussion instead of forcing the child into a defensive position. Loaded questions can also be used in manipulative ways during arguments. Imagine a partner in a relationship asking, "Why don't you care about me anymore?" The question is emotionally charged and assumes a lack of care, even if that's not true. A better way to address concerns would be, "I feel like we've been distant lately. Can we talk about it?" This way, the conversation is open-ended rather than forcing the other person into a position they don't agree with. This fallacy is particularly dangerous because it can make even innocent people seem guilty. Imagine a boss asking an employee, "Why do you always take extra long lunch breaks?" Even if the employee follows the rules, the question puts them on the defensive. Instead of outright denying it, they may feel pressured to explain themselves unnecessarily. The best response in situations like this is to challenge the assumption, "I don't take extra long lunch breaks." By rejecting the premise, they avoid falling into the trap. Loaded questions also appear in online debates and discussion. Someone might ask, "Why do people like you always ignore facts?" This question doesn't allow for a fair response because it assumes ignorance. A better approach would be to ask, "Can we discuss the evidence on this issue?" That way, both sides can engage in a real conversation without one being unfairly framed from the start. To avoid falling for loaded questions, always examine the assumption behind the question before answering. If the question forces you to accept a premise that you disagree with, don't answer it directly. Challenge the assumption first. Instead of defending yourself within the framework of the question, step outside of it. If you ever find yourself facing a loaded question, the best response is to recognize it for what it is, and refuse to play along. Rather than trying to answer within the terms of the question, reframe the conversation. If someone asks, "Why do you support harmful policies?" you can respond with, "I don't accept that my policies are harmful. Let's talk about why I believe they're beneficial." By shifting the discussion back to neutral ground, you take control of the conversation and avoid being cornered by a logical trap. Loaded questions are powerful tools of manipulation because they create the illusion of choice while controlling the narrative. Recognizing them is the first step to dismantling their power. The next time you hear one, don't just answer, ask yourself what's really being assumed. If the assumption is unfair, don't play the game. Challenge it, reframe it, and steer the conversation back to a place where real discussion can happen. Imagine someone says, "You don't listen to Drake, you must love death metal." This kind of reasoning presents two extreme choices as if they're the only possibilities, ignoring the countless other options in between. Maybe you like jazz, classical, indie rock, or no music at all. But in this setup, you're forced into one of two rigid categories. Either you're a Drake fan, or you're deep into death metal. This is the essence of the false dilemma fallacy, also known as the black and white fallacy, or false dichotomy. It limits choices in a way that doesn't reflect reality, making complex situations appear overly simplistic. This fallacy is common in debates, arguments, and discussions, where someone wants to frame an issue in a way that forces a particular conclusion. Instead of acknowledging the complexity of a situation, the person using a false dilemma acts as if there are only two options when, in reality, many other possibilities exist. It's an effective rhetorical trick because it makes the listener feel like they have to choose between two extremes, even when a middle ground or alternative option is completely reasonable. You see this in politics all the time. A politician might say, "You're either with us or against us." This kind of statement erases the possibility of neutrality, compromise, or critical thinking. Someone might agree with certain policies, but disagree with others, yet the false dilemma forces them into a strict either-or position. In reality, most political issues exist on a spectrum, and people's views are often more nuanced than a simple yes or no answer allows. This kind of reasoning also shows up in everyday life. Imagine a parent telling their child, "Either you become a doctor, or you'll be a failure." This statement ignores the fact that success comes in many forms. A person can be an artist, an engineer, a teacher, or anything else, and still have a fulfilling and successful life. But by presenting only two options, doctor or failure, the statement pressures the child into a limited perspective that doesn't reflect the full range of possibilities. The false dilemma fallacy is also frequently used in marketing. Advertisements often present their product as the only good choice, implying that if you don't buy it, you're stuck with something terrible. A car commercial might suggest, "Either you drive this luxury car, or you'll be stuck with a boring, unreliable old junker." This ignores the fact that there are many great cars at different price points, and not buying a luxury car doesn't mean you're stuck with a bad one. But by making the alternatives seem extreme, the ad pushes consumers toward a specific conclusion. In arguments about morality and ethics, this fallacy is especially common. Someone might say, "If you don't support this specific charity, you don't care about helping people." This kind of thinking assumes that there are only two choices: either you support that particular charity, or you're completely indifferent to those in need. But in reality, there are many ways to care about and contribute to social causes, and rejecting one option doesn't mean rejecting the entire principle. False dilemmas are also used to manipulate emotions. Imagine a friend saying, "If you really cared about me, you would have come to my party." This assumes that the only way to show you care is by attending the party, ignoring the fact that you might have had other commitments or ways of expressing your friendship. The statement creates a forced choice: either you care and you were at the party, or you don't care at all. In reality, friendships aren't defined by a single event, but the false dilemma makes it seem that way. In discussions about health and fitness, you often hear false dilemmas as well. Someone might say, "Either you follow this strict diet, or you're unhealthy." This ignores the fact that health exists on a spectrum, and there are many ways to live a balanced lifestyle without adhering to one extreme plan. Someone might eat a variety of foods, exercise moderately, and still be perfectly healthy, yet the false dilemma makes it seem like there are only two options: strict adherence or complete disregard. In online debates, false dilemmas spread rapidly because they're easy to present in short, attention-grabbing statements. A social media post might claim, "If you don't support this policy, then you support oppression." This kind of thinking pressures people into taking a specific stance by making it seem like the only other option is something extreme. But in reality, policies are complex, and people might have many different reasons for agreeing or disagreeing with them. The entertainment industry also uses false dilemmas to create drama. In movies and TV shows, characters often face choices where it seems like there are only two options: save one person or let another die, fight or surrender, follow the rules or be a rebel. While this makes for exciting storytelling, it doesn't always reflect real-life situations, where solutions are often more nuanced. One way to recognize and counter false dilemmas is to look for the missing options. If someone presents a situation as having only two choices, ask yourself if that's really true. Are there other possibilities they're ignoring? Is there a middle ground that makes more sense? By questioning the premise, you can avoid falling into the trap of thinking in extremes. Another strategy is to reframe the conversation. If someone says either you support this plan or you don't care about the problem, you can respond by pointing out other ways to address the issue. I do care, but I think there are better solutions. By challenging the false choice, you open the discussion to a wider range of possibilities. False dilemmas can be powerful because they simplify complex issues, making decisions seem easier than they really are. But the truth is, most situations aren't black and white. Life is full of shades of gray, and understanding that helps us think more critically. Instead of accepting extreme choices, we should take a step back, examine the full range of possibilities, and make informed decisions based on reality, not artificial limitations. The next time someone says, "You either believe this or you're against it," take a moment to think, are those really the only two options, or is there a more reasonable, nuanced perspective that's being ignored? By recognizing and challenging false dilemmas, we can engage in more thoughtful, open-minded discussions and avoid being trapped by simplistic thinking. Imagine someone saying, "We need prison reform to improve rehabilitation and reduce unnecessary incarceration." Instead of engaging with that idea, someone else responds, "So you just want to close all prisons and let dangerous criminals roam free?" The original argument was about improving the prison system, but the response distorts it into something extreme and unrealistic. This is an example of the Strawman fallacy, where someone misrepresents or exaggerates an argument to make it easier to attack. Instead of addressing the real issue, they create a weaker version of it, argue against that version, and act as if they've refuted the original point. This fallacy happens when someone changes another person's argument into something simpler, more extreme, or less defensible than it actually is. By doing this, they avoid engaging with the real argument and instead argue against something that was never actually said. The Strawman fallacy is one of the most common forms of misrepresentation in debates, making it harder to have meaningful discussions. This mistake is common in political debates. A person might argue, "We should invest more in renewable energy to reduce dependence on fossil fuels." Instead of addressing the benefits and drawbacks of renewable energy, someone else might respond, "Oh, so you want to ban all gas and oil tomorrow and leave people without power?" But the original argument wasn't about an immediate ban. It was about increasing investment in renewable energy sources. By exaggerating the claim, the response avoids addressing the actual issue. The Strawman fallacy also appears in discussions about education. Someone might say, "Schools should update their curriculum to include more modern technology skills." A critic might respond, "So you want to get rid of math, history, and science, and only teach kids how to use computers?" But that was never the argument. Updating the curriculum doesn't mean eliminating other subjects, yet by distorting the claim, the critic makes it seem unreasonable. This fallacy is frequently used in health and nutrition debates. A person might say, "A balanced diet is important, and reducing processed sugar can improve health." Instead of discussing the role of sugar in nutrition, someone might argue, so you want to ban all sweets and never let people enjoy dessert. The original point was about balance, not total restriction, but by exaggerating it, the response creates an easy target to attack. The Strawman fallacy appears in economic debates. A person might argue, we need to raise the minimum wage to help workers afford basic necessities. Instead of engaging with the reasons behind the argument, someone might respond, so you think everyone should be paid the same, no matter how hard they work. But the original argument wasn't about making all salaries equal. It was about adjusting wages to match the cost of living. By misrepresenting it, the critic avoids addressing the real issue. In discussions about science, this fallacy leads to misleading claims. Someone might say, climate change is a serious problem, and we should take steps to reduce carbon emissions. The critic might respond, so you want to destroy the economy and ban cars. But the argument wasn't about banning all modern conveniences. It was about finding solutions to an environmental issue. By presenting it as something extreme, the real discussion is sidetracked. The Strawman fallacy is often used in debates about personal responsibility. A person might say, society should provide better support for people struggling with mental health issues. Instead of engaging with that, someone might argue, so you think people should never have to take responsibility for their own lives. But providing support and removing personal responsibility are not the same thing. The original argument is distorted to make it easier to dismiss. This fallacy is also common in discussions about gun control. A person might argue, we should have stricter background checks to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous individuals. Instead of debating the specifics of background checks, someone might respond, oh, so you want to take away everyone's guns and abolish the Second Amendment. But background checks and a total ban on guns are two very different things. By exaggerating the claim, the person avoids addressing the real argument. Strawman arguments frequently appear in debates about social policies. Someone might argue, we should provide more affordable healthcare options. A critic might respond, so you want the government to control every aspect of healthcare and take away people's choices. But the argument was about affordability, not total government control. Misrepresenting it makes it easier to argue against without addressing the real issue. In workplace discussions, this fallacy leads to unnecessary conflicts. A person might say, we should implement a flexible work schedule to improve productivity. Instead of considering the idea, someone might respond, so you think employees should just come and go whenever they want and ignore deadlines. But flexible work schedules don't mean ignoring responsibilities. By changing the argument, the real discussion is avoided. This mistake appears in debates about environmental conservation. A person might argue, we should protect endangered species to maintain ecological balance. Instead of discussing the benefits of conservation, someone might say, so you think animals are more important than people. But protecting the environment doesn't mean ignoring human needs. The response twists the argument into something extreme to make it easier to dismiss. The Strawman fallacy is often used in cultural debates. Someone might say, representation in media is important because it helps different groups feel seen and understood. A critic might respond, so you think every movie should be forced to meet a diversity quota. But asking for better representation isn't the same as demanding quotas. The argument is misrepresented to make it sound unreasonable. This fallacy is also common in debates about technology. A person might argue, we should regulate social media to prevent the spread of misinformation. Instead of discussing responsible regulation, someone might respond, so you want to censor the internet and take away free speech. But addressing misinformation doesn't mean banning free expression. By exaggerating the argument, the conversation is derailed. In sports discussions, this fallacy leads to unnecessary arguments. A person might say, teams should focus on developing young talent instead of spending millions on short-term contracts. Instead of considering the benefits of long-term investment, someone might respond, so you think teams should just stop signing experienced players altogether. But the argument was about balance, not total elimination. By distorting it, the response avoids real discussion. The Strawman fallacy appears in religious debates as well. A person might say, people should have the right to practice their religion without discrimination. Instead of discussing religious freedom, someone might argue, so you think people should be allowed to do whatever they want in the name of religion, even if it hurts others. But protecting religious rights doesn't mean allowing harmful actions. The argument is twisted into something extreme. In legal discussions, this fallacy can mislead people about important issues. Someone might say, we need criminal justice reform to address systemic problems. Instead of considering the argument, someone might respond, so you want to get rid of all laws and let criminals run wild. But reform isn't about abolishing law and order. It's about making improvements. The misrepresentation creates an easier argument to attack. The Strawman fallacy is dangerous because it replaces honest discussion with distortion. Instead of engaging with real ideas, it builds exaggerated versions of arguments and attacks those instead. This leads to misunderstandings, unnecessary conflicts, and prevents meaningful progress. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is this argument actually addressing what was said, or is it changing the argument into something more extreme? If the response misrepresents the original point, it's likely a Strawman fallacy. Critical thinking requires engaging with ideas as they are presented, not as they are distorted. The next time someone argues against a position by exaggerating or twisting it, take a step back. Ask whether they are addressing the real issue, or just attacking a weaker version of it. Clear thinking depends on engaging with actual arguments, not misrepresented ones. Imagine someone says, God exists because the Bible says so. When asked why the Bible should be trusted, they respond, because it was inspired by God. The reasoning has just gone in a circle. The claim that God exists is being supported by the Bible, and the Bible's authority is being supported by God's existence. But nothing outside of that loop has been given as evidence. This is circular reasoning, a logical fallacy where an argument's conclusion is used as one of its premises, meaning it essentially proves nothing beyond itself. Circular reasoning happens when an argument assumes what it's supposed to prove. Instead of offering independent evidence, it just keeps restating the claim in different words, making it appear as if a point has been proven, when in reality, it's just been repeated. It's like running in a circle. No matter how fast you go, you always end up back where you started. This fallacy shows up all the time in everyday conversations. Imagine a student asking a teacher why they need to follow a certain rule in class, and the teacher responds, because it's the rule. That's not an actual reason. It just restates the fact that the rule exists without explaining why it should be followed. The explanation provides no external justification, just a repetition of the rule itself. You often see circular reasoning in debates about authority. A politician might say, I am a trustworthy leader because I always tell the truth. When asked how we can be sure they always tell the truth, they respond, because I am trustworthy. This loops back on itself. Trustworthiness is supposed to be the conclusion of the argument, but it's also being assumed in the premise. Instead of offering outside proof, the statement just circles endlessly. This fallacy is also common in product marketing. Imagine a commercial that says, this brand is the best because it's the most popular, and it's the most popular because it's the best. Popularity doesn't automatically make something the best, and being the best isn't automatically what makes it popular. But by bouncing between these two ideas, the advertisement creates an illusion of logic, even though no real evidence has been provided. Circular reasoning is especially effective when people aren't paying close attention. It sounds convincing because the argument appears to reinforce itself, making it feel like a strong case has been made when, in reality, nothing has actually been demonstrated. It relies on repetition rather than proof, creating an illusion of logic. This fallacy also appears in legal discussions. Imagine a law that says, this action is illegal because it's against the law. That doesn't explain why the action is illegal in the first place. It just restates that it is. A stronger argument would explain the reasoning behind the law, not just refer back to itself. In discussions about morality, circular reasoning frequently appears. Someone might say, lying is wrong because it's immoral. But morality and wrongdoing are essentially the same concept in this context, meaning the argument isn't providing new information. A better explanation would be to provide reasons why lying is harmful, rather than just repeating that it's wrong. You can also see circular reasoning in education. A student asks why they should study history, and the teacher responds, because history is important. While that may be true, the response doesn't actually explain why history is important, it just restates the assumption that it is. A better response would be, because understanding history helps us learn from past mistakes and shape a better future. That provides actual reasoning instead of a circular statement. Religious arguments often fall into this pattern. Someone might say, my religion is true because my religious text says so. When asked why the religious text should be trusted, they respond, because my religion is true. This argument relies on faith, which is fine in personal belief, but as a logical structure, it doesn't provide independent evidence. It simply circles back on itself. You also see this fallacy in debates about intelligence. Someone might claim, I am smart because I always make good decisions, and I make good decisions because I'm smart. But neither claim actually proves the other, they're just looping back and forth. A better argument would point to real-world examples of good decision-making that demonstrate intelligence, rather than relying on a circular definition. Even in sports, circular reasoning can show up. A coach might say, we are the best team because we always win. But when asked why they always win, they respond, because we're the best team. Winning might be evidence of skill, but it isn't an inherent definition of being the best. Other factors, like teamwork, strategy, or talent, would be better explanations. This fallacy is often used to shut down arguments. Imagine someone questioning a business practice, and the company responds, this is the way we've always done it. That doesn't justify why the practice should continue. It just restates that it exists. Just because something has always been done a certain way, doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. Circular reasoning can also be found in personal justifications. Someone might say, I deserve this raise because I'm valuable to the company. When asked what makes them valuable, they say, because I deserve a raise. This doesn't provide any actual proof of value, it just loops back to the original claim. A stronger argument would give specific examples of contributions to the company. The main problem with circular reasoning is that it creates the illusion of an answer without actually proving anything. It sounds logical because it repeats itself in a way that feels reinforcing, but if you strip away the repetition, you're left with nothing but an assumption pretending to be a conclusion. To recognize and challenge this fallacy, ask yourself, does this argument rely on repeating itself, or does it provide real evidence? If the claim and the reasoning behind it are just different versions of the same statement, then it's likely circular reasoning. The best response is to ask for independent evidence. Instead of accepting the loop, break it by demanding real support for the claim. Understanding circular reasoning helps in everyday discussions, debates, and decision-making. It allows people to avoid being misled by arguments that seem logical on the surface, but actually prove nothing. The next time someone says, it's true because I said so, or that's just the way it is, take a step back and recognize that you've been given a circle, not a reason. Imagine a commercial claiming that 9 out of 10 dentists recommend a particular brand of toothpaste. It sounds convincing because it appeals to authority. Dentists are experts in oral health, so if they recommend a product, it must be good. But there's a problem. The ad never tells us which dentists were surveyed, how the study was conducted, or whether the results were influenced by marketing deals. The claim relies entirely on authority rather than solid evidence. This is an example of the appeal to authority fallacy, where something is assumed to be true simply because an expert or authority figure endorses it, without examining the actual evidence behind the claim. This fallacy happens when people place too much trust in authority figures instead of evaluating the argument itself. It's true that experts can provide valuable insights, but their status alone doesn't automatically make a claim true. The strength of an argument should come from facts and reasoning, not just from the credentials of the person making it. Just because someone has a title or a reputation doesn't mean they're infallible. Appeal to authority is common in advertising. A celebrity endorses a skincare product, saying it's the best on the market. But why should a celebrity's opinion matter? They aren't dermatologists or scientists, and they might be paid to promote the product regardless of its actual effectiveness. The ad relies on their fame to persuade people rather than providing real proof that the product works. This fallacy also appears in political debates. A politician argues for a policy by saying, "Experts agree this is the best course of action," but which experts? What evidence do they have? If no details are given, the appeal to authority is being used as a shortcut to avoid a deeper discussion. Instead of presenting real data, the argument relies on the assumption that experts must be right, simply because of their status. Appeal to authority is especially common in scientific discussions. Someone might say, "A famous scientist supports this theory, so it must be true," but science doesn't work that way. Theories are tested through experiments, data, and peer review, not by relying on one person's opinion. Even respected scientists can be wrong. What matters is the evidence, not the individual making the claim. In legal arguments, this fallacy appears when people assume that something is just because a judge or lawyer says so. A lawyer might argue, "This case should be ruled in my favor because legal scholars agree with my interpretation of the law." But law is complex, and different scholars might have different opinions. Without explaining why the interpretation is correct, the argument is just relying on authority rather than solid reasoning. This fallacy also plays a role in health and medicine. People might say, "This doctor recommends taking this supplement, so it must be effective." But one doctor's opinion isn't enough to establish medical truth. Real medical claims need clinical trials and scientific research. Just because someone has a medical degree doesn't mean they can't be mistaken or influenced by financial incentives. Appeal to authority can also be found in personal arguments. Imagine a parent telling their child, "You have to do this because I said so." That might be a way to enforce obedience, but it's not an actual argument. It doesn't explain why the rule exists or why it makes sense. Instead, it relies on the parent's authority as justification. This fallacy is often used in religious debates. Someone might argue, "This religious leader says it's true, so it must be." But faith is personal, and relying on authority alone doesn't establish objective truth. The argument assumes that the leader is always right without questioning or examining their reasoning. Appeal to authority can be especially misleading when the authority figure isn't even an expert in the subject being discussed. Imagine a famous athlete endorsing a brand of vitamin supplements. They might be great at sports, but that doesn't mean they have expertise in nutrition or medicine. Their endorsement relies on their fame, not on their actual knowledge of the product. The fallacy also appears in workplace discussions. An employee suggests a new way to improve efficiency, but their manager dismisses it, saying, "That's not how the CEO wants it done." The argument doesn't address whether the idea is good or bad. It just assumes that the CEO's preference is automatically correct, but authority alone doesn't determine the best course of action. This fallacy can be subtle. Sometimes appealing to authority is reasonable, especially when dealing with experts who have studied a topic extensively. If a medical researcher presents peer-reviewed studies supporting a new treatment, their expertise adds credibility. But the difference is that real experts provide evidence, not just their title. The key is to look at the reasoning behind the claim, not just the person making it. One way to recognize an appeal to authority is to ask, is this argument based on evidence, or just on someone's status? If the argument relies only on authority without presenting supporting facts, then it's using this fallacy. Another way to challenge it is to ask, could this authority be wrong? No expert is perfect, and the best arguments are backed by logic and data, not just by credentials. The next time you hear someone say, it must be true because an expert said so, take a step back, ask for the evidence. Authority can be useful, but real knowledge comes from understanding, not just from taking someone's word for it. Imagine someone says, all organic foods are healthier because they're natural. This argument sounds appealing at first. Natural things are often seen as good, pure, and wholesome. But the statement assumes that just because something is natural, it is automatically better. This is an example of the appeal to nature fallacy, where something is argued to be good, healthy, or morally superior, simply because it is considered natural, while things that are artificial or synthetic are assumed to be bad. The problem is that nature itself doesn't guarantee safety, effectiveness, or morality. This fallacy happens because people often associate nature with purity and goodness, while artificial things are linked to danger and corruption. But just because something is found in nature doesn't mean it's beneficial. Likewise, just because something is synthetic doesn't mean it's harmful. There are plenty of natural things that are dangerous, and plenty of artificial things that improve lives. Poisonous mushrooms are completely natural, but they can kill you. Vaccines are synthetic, but they save millions of lives. Nature doesn't automatically determine whether something is good or bad. What matters is how it functions. This fallacy shows up constantly in marketing. A product might be labeled as all natural to imply that it is healthier or superior, but the term natural doesn't actually mean much. There are plenty of natural substances that are harmful, and plenty of artificial ones that are safe. If a company markets a drink as containing natural sugar, it still affects the body the same way as processed sugar. Whether something is natural or not doesn't tell us whether it is good for us. The appeal to nature fallacy is also common in medicine. Someone might argue, you should use herbal remedies instead of prescription drugs because herbs are natural, but not all natural remedies are effective, and not all synthetic drugs are harmful. Many modern medicines are based on compounds found in nature, but they are refined and tested to ensure safety and effectiveness. Simply being natural doesn't mean a treatment works. This fallacy also shows up in arguments about food. People claim, if food is genetically modified, it must be bad for you because it's unnatural. But genetic modification is just a tool. It doesn't make food inherently unsafe. Humans have been modifying crops for thousands of years through selective breeding. Modern genetic modification just allows for more precise changes. The safety of food depends on how it is grown and tested, not whether it was altered by nature or science. The appeal to nature fallacy is often used in environmental debates. Someone might say, living in the countryside is better than living in a city because it's closer to nature. While the countryside has its advantages, cities offer benefits like healthcare, education, and job opportunities. Whether something is good or bad depends on the context, not just on how natural it is. This fallacy is also used in fitness and health trends. A person might argue, Barefoot running is better than wearing shoes because humans didn't evolve to wear shoes. But just because our ancestors didn't wear shoes, doesn't mean running barefoot is always the best choice. Modern shoes help protect feet from injuries and rough terrain. What's best depends on the situation, not just on what is natural. The appeal to nature fallacy is also common in parenting debates. Someone might argue, breastfeeding is the only healthy way to feed a baby because it's natural. While breastfeeding has benefits, formula is a scientifically developed alternative that provides nutrition for babies who can't be breastfed. The best choice depends on individual circumstances, not just on whether something is natural. In discussions about relationships, this fallacy appears in arguments like, monogamy is unnatural, so people shouldn't be expected to be faithful. Just because something doesn't occur in nature doesn't mean it's bad, and just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good. What works best in human relationships depends on culture, personal values, and social agreements, not just on what happens in the animal kingdom. Appeal to nature is often used in ethical arguments. Someone might say, violence is natural, so there's nothing wrong with it. But just because violence occurs in nature doesn't mean it is morally acceptable. Many natural instincts, like aggression or selfishness, need to be controlled for society to function. Morality isn't determined by what is natural, it is determined by what helps people coexist peacefully. The fallacy is also used in arguments about gender roles. A person might claim, men are naturally stronger than women, so men should be the leaders of society. While physical differences exist, leadership ability isn't determined by nature alone. Intelligence, experience, and social factors all play a role. Just because something is natural doesn't mean it defines what is fair or right. Even in debates about beauty, this fallacy appears. Someone might say, natural beauty is better than wearing makeup because it's more authentic. But makeup is simply a tool for self-expression. There is no rule that says natural beauty is inherently superior. It's just a preference shaped by personal and cultural factors. One of the biggest issues with the appeal to nature fallacy is that it ignores the complexity of science, technology, and human progress. Many things we rely on daily, electricity, vaccines, clean drinking water, are artificial. If we relied only on nature, life expectancy would be much shorter, medical treatment would be limited, and modern comforts would not exist. What makes something beneficial isn't whether it's natural, but whether it works. The best way to recognize the appeal to nature fallacy is to ask, does being natural actually make this better, or is it just being used as an emotional appeal? Instead of assuming something is good or bad based on whether it is natural or artificial, it's better to look at evidence. Natural things can be dangerous, and artificial things can be beneficial. The key is to evaluate each situation based on facts, not just an emotional reaction to the word natural. Next time you hear someone claim that something is good or bad because it's natural or unnatural, take a step back. Ask whether the argument is based on real evidence or just an assumption. Nature is full of both wonderful and harmful things, and the best way to make decisions isn't to rely on labels, but to think critically about what actually works. Imagine a basketball team where every player is individually talented. One person is great at shooting, another at defense, another at passing. Since each player is highly skilled, someone might assume that the team, as a whole, must be unbeatable. But just because the players are talented doesn't mean they will work well together. If they don't have teamwork, strategy, or chemistry, they might still lose games. This is an example of the composition fallacy, where someone assumes that because the parts of something have a certain quality, the whole must have that quality too. It's an error in reasoning that ignores the fact that a group or system can function differently from its individual components. This fallacy happens when people assume that what is true for individuals is automatically true for the collective. It's tempting to think this way because it seems logical. If every part of something is good, then the whole thing should be good, but reality is more complicated. In many cases, the way things interact as a group changes their overall function, meaning that simply adding up individual qualities doesn't always lead to the expected result. You see this fallacy all the time in sports. A soccer team might recruit the best players from different teams, but if they don't work well together, they won't win. A baseball team might have the strongest hitters, but if they have poor defense, they can still struggle. The talent of individuals doesn't always translate into success for the whole group. Chemistry, coaching, and teamwork play a huge role, and those factors can't be judged just by looking at individual players. This fallacy also shows up in business. A company hires the most skilled employees in their field, assuming that since each person is the best at what they do, the company itself will be the best. But if these employees don't communicate well, if their goals don't align, or if leadership is ineffective, the company can still fail. Being good at an individual task doesn't automatically mean success in a group setting. The same mistake happens in science and technology. Someone might argue that since each part of a machine is made from the strongest material available, the machine itself must be indestructible. But the way the parts are assembled matters just as much as their individual strength. If they don't fit together properly, the machine could still break down. A car might have the best engine, the best tires, and the best suspension, but if they don't work well together, the car won't perform as expected. This fallacy is also common in economic arguments. Someone might claim that since every person in a country is wealthier than before, the economy as a whole must be thriving. But if that wealth is concentrated in only a few people while the rest struggle, the economy might not actually be in good shape. Looking at individual financial success doesn't always give an accurate picture of how a system is functioning as a whole. In education, this fallacy appears when people assume that because a school hires the most qualified teachers, the school itself must be the best. But good teachers alone don't determine the success of a school. If the curriculum is flawed, if students don't have resources, or if the administration is disorganized, the school might still underperform. The quality of the parts doesn't automatically determine the quality of the whole. Politics is full of composition fallacies. A government might implement policies that work well for individuals, but that doesn't mean they work well for the country as a whole. A tax cut might help some people financially, but if it reduces funding for public services, it could hurt the population overall. A policy that benefits small businesses might not necessarily benefit the economy as a whole. If it leads to issues in larger industries, just because something works on a small scale doesn't mean it works on a large scale. The fallacy also shows up in social issues. Someone might argue that since every member of a group is hard-working, the group as a whole must be hard-working. But groups are made up of individuals with different experiences, and broad generalizations ignore variations within a population. Assuming that the traits of individuals automatically define an entire group is a mistake that leads to oversimplified thinking. This fallacy appears in discussions about health and nutrition. Someone might say that since each ingredient in a meal is healthy, the meal itself must be healthy. But if those ingredients are combined in a way that adds too many calories, too much sugar, or too much fat, the meal might not be as healthy as it seems. Just because the parts are good doesn't mean the whole is good. In logic and reasoning, the composition fallacy is one of the most misleading because it feels intuitive. People naturally want to believe that if all the pieces of something are strong, the whole thing must be strong too. But systems are more than just the sum of their parts. They are affected by how those parts interact. An orchestra might have the best musicians in the world, but if they don't practice together, they won't sound good. A dish might have the best ingredients, but if they don't work well together, the meal won't taste right. A company might have the most talented employees, but if they don't cooperate, the company won't succeed. One of the best ways to avoid this fallacy is to ask, does the whole function the same way as the parts? Instead of assuming that individual qualities automatically apply to the collective, it's important to look at how the elements interact. A group isn't just a collection of individuals, it's a system that depends on relationships, structure, and organization. Understanding this fallacy helps prevent oversimplified thinking in everyday life. Instead of assuming that the best ingredients, the best players, or the best employees automatically lead to the best results, it's important to recognize that success depends on how the parts fit together. The next time someone says every piece is great, so the whole must be great, take a step back and ask whether that's really true. Sometimes the way things come together matters just as much as the things themselves. Imagine someone hears that a basketball team is incredibly talented and immediately assumes that every player on the team must be talented as well. The logic seems reasonable at first. If the team is performing at a high level, surely that must mean every individual player is a star. But that assumption doesn't necessarily hold up. The team could be successful because of great teamwork, an outstanding coach, or a few exceptional players carrying the rest. Just because the whole team is talented doesn't mean every individual player is equally skilled. This is an example of the division fallacy, where someone assumes that what is true for the whole must also be true for each of its parts. This fallacy happens when people incorrectly take a characteristic of a group or system and apply it to every individual within that group or system. It's the opposite of the composition fallacy, which assumes that if every part has a certain quality, then the whole must have it too. The division fallacy takes the opposite approach. If the whole has a characteristic, then each individual part must have it as well. But systems don't always work that way. A team can be great even if not every player is equally talented, just like a strong company can have some weak employees, and a delicious meal can include some bland ingredients. This fallacy appears frequently in sports discussions. A football team wins a championship, and someone assumes that every player on the team must be elite, but in reality, some players might have barely contributed. A soccer team is known for having an incredible defense, but that doesn't mean every defender is equally skilled. One or two key players might be carrying the rest. A baseball team might be known for having a powerful offense, but that doesn't mean every hitter is a home run machine. The overall performance of a team doesn't always reflect the abilities of each individual member. The same mistake happens in business. A company might be one of the most successful in the world, but that doesn't mean every employee is exceptionally talented. Some employees might be average or even underperforming, but the company thrives because of leadership, strong business strategies, or a few key individuals making the biggest impact. Just because the company is great doesn't mean that greatness is evenly distributed among all of its workers. This fallacy also appears in academic discussions. A university might be ranked as one of the best in the world, and someone might assume that every student who attends must be a genius. But universities accept students with a range of abilities, and not every student performs at the highest level. Some might struggle, while others might be excelling. The reputation of the institution doesn't automatically mean that every individual student shares the same level of skill or intelligence. In economics, the division fallacy leads to mistaken assumptions about wealth and prosperity. A country might have a strong economy, but that doesn't mean every citizen is financially well off. There could still be significant poverty, unemployment, and economic inequality. Just because the economy as a whole is thriving, doesn't mean that wealth is evenly distributed among all individuals. The same mistake happens when people assume that because a company is profitable, every worker must be making a high salary. In reality, profits might be concentrated at the top, while many employees earn low wages. The financial success of the whole doesn't guarantee financial success for each part. This fallacy is also common in science and technology. Someone might argue that a car is incredibly fuel efficient, so every part of the car must be designed for efficiency. But some parts of the car might be heavy or inefficient, and the overall fuel efficiency could be the result of a few key design choices, rather than every single component being optimized. A smartphone might be known for its high performance, but that doesn't mean every individual component is the best available. Some parts might be average, but the way they work together makes the device function at a high level. In political discussions, the division fallacy can lead to false generalizations. A political party might have a strong stance on a particular issue, and someone might assume that every member of that party holds the exact same view. But political parties are made up of individuals with a range of opinions, and not everyone within the group agrees on every issue. Just because a group as a whole has a certain characteristic, doesn't mean that every individual within it does as well. The fallacy also appears in discussions about culture and national identity. Someone might say, "This country is known for being peaceful and friendly, so every citizen must be peaceful and friendly." But every country has people with different personalities, backgrounds, and experiences. Just because a nation has a certain reputation, doesn't mean that every individual perfectly fits that image. Similarly, if a city is known for being wealthy, it doesn't mean that every resident is rich. There are always variations within any group or system. This fallacy is common in moral and ethical debates. Someone might argue, this organization is dedicated to helping people, so every member must be a good person. But organizations can include individuals with different motivations, and not everyone within a group necessarily upholds its values. A company might promote ethical business practices, but some employees might still engage in dishonest behavior. A religious group might emphasize kindness and compassion, but that doesn't mean every member always behaves that way. Assuming that every part of a group shares the qualities of the whole ignores individual differences. In education, the division fallacy shows up in assumptions about intelligence. A school might have the highest test scores in the district, but that doesn't mean every student is excelling. Some students might be struggling while others are performing at an exceptional level. The school's overall success might be due to a strong curriculum, dedicated teachers, or a culture of academic achievement, but that doesn't mean every student is at the same level. Even in personal relationships, this fallacy appears. Someone might say, "This family is really athletic, so every member must be a great athlete." But within any family, individuals have different strengths and interests. Just because a few members excel at sports, doesn't mean that everyone in the family shares that ability. The same mistake happens when people assume that because a group of friends is known for being outgoing, every individual in the group must be extroverted. Group characteristics don't always apply to every individual. One of the biggest dangers of the division fallacy is that it leads to overgeneralization and inaccurate conclusions. It ignores the complexity of systems and how individual parts contribute in different ways. Just because a whole group or system is strong, successful, or intelligent, doesn't mean that every part within it shares the same qualities. One way to recognize and avoid this fallacy is to ask, does this characteristic apply to every individual, or is it just true of the group overall? Instead of assuming that what is true for the whole must be true for each part, it's important to look at the details. Teams, organizations, and societies are made up of individuals with unique contributions, and those contributions don't always align perfectly with the overall success or failure of the group. Understanding this fallacy helps prevent faulty reasoning in everyday discussions. Instead of making assumptions based on a group's reputation, it's important to evaluate individual parts on their own merits. The next time someone says this company is the best, so every employee must be amazing, or this university is prestigious, so every student must be brilliant. Take a step back and think critically. Just because the whole is great doesn't mean that greatness is evenly distributed across all of its parts. Imagine someone says, "Conservatives appear on Fox News. Bob was a guest on Fox News, so Bob must be a conservative." At first glance, this seems logical, but it assumes that because a certain result is associated with a specific cause, the presence of that result must mean the cause is true. In reality, there could be many other reasons Bob appeared on Fox News. He might have been invited to debate conservatives, promote a book, or offer an independent analysis. Just because most guests on a show belong to a certain political group doesn't mean everyone who appears on that show must belong to that group. This is an example of affirming the consequent, a logical fallacy that assumes that if a certain condition leads to a result, then the presence of the result must mean that condition was the cause. This fallacy occurs when people mistake correlation for causation. It follows the structure. If A, then B happened, so A must have caused it. But this is flawed reasoning, because B could have happened for many different reasons besides A. Just because a particular cause leads to a result doesn't mean that result can only come from that one cause. This fallacy appears in everyday life all the time. Imagine someone saying, "If it's raining, the streets will be wet. The streets are wet, so it must have rained." But there are many reasons the streets could be wet. Maybe a fire hydrant burst, a sprinkler system was running, or a street cleaning truck just passed by. Assuming that one cause is the only possible explanation ignores other possibilities. This mistake also shows up in medical reasoning. Someone might say, "If you have the flu, you'll have a fever. You have a fever, so you must have the flu." But fevers can be caused by many things: bacterial infections, heat exhaustion, or other viruses. Just because the flu causes fever doesn't mean fever always means flu. Assuming that the presence of a symptom confirms a specific disease leads to misdiagnosis. The fallacy is also common in business and economics. A company notices that successful businesses invest heavily in advertising, so they assume, if a company is successful, they must advertise a lot. If we start spending a lot on advertising, we'll be successful too. But advertising alone doesn't guarantee success. Companies that thrive often have great products, strong management, and solid customer service. Just because successful businesses advertise doesn't mean advertising is the sole cause of their success. In criminal investigations, this fallacy can lead to false conclusions. Suppose investigators say, if someone is guilty, they'll act nervous during questioning. This suspect seems nervous, so they must be guilty. But people act nervous for many reasons: fear, anxiety, or pressure, even if they're innocent. Assuming that one behavior always means one specific thing ignores other explanations. The fallacy appears in sports arguments as well. Someone might say, if you're a great player, you'll score a lot of points. This player scores a lot, so they must be great. But scoring doesn't always equal greatness. Some players rack up points, but don't play defense, don't contribute to teamwork, or take too many shots. Just because great players often score, doesn't mean every high-scoring player is great. In personal relationships, this fallacy can create misunderstandings. Imagine a person thinking, if someone loves me, they'll text me often. My friend texts me all the time, so they must be in love with me. But frequent texting could just mean they enjoy conversations, are socially active, or are bored. Just because love can lead to frequent texting, doesn't mean frequent texting always equals love. This fallacy is also common in education. A teacher might think, if a student studies hard, they'll get good grades. This student has good grades, so they must study hard. But some students do well, because they naturally understand the material, have access to tutors, or are good at test taking. Assuming that good grades must mean hard work ignores other factors that contribute to success. In science, affirming the consequent leads to flawed conclusions. A researcher might say, if a new drug is effective, patients will improve. These patients improved, so the drug must be effective. But improvements could be due to the placebo effect, lifestyle changes, or other treatments. Just because an effect occurs doesn't mean one specific cause was responsible. Proper experiments control for other variables to avoid this mistake. This fallacy also shows up in historical reasoning. Someone might claim, great leaders inspire their people. This politician gives inspiring speeches, so they must be a great leader. But inspiring speeches don't necessarily make someone an effective leader. Many ineffective leaders have given passionate speeches while failing to govern well. Assuming that one quality guarantees another leads to oversimplified thinking. Affirming the consequent can also appear in job hiring. An employer might think, if an employee is hardworking, they'll arrive early. This applicant arrives early, so they must be hardworking. But arriving early doesn't automatically mean someone is productive. They might just be punctual but not efficient at their work. Judging someone's work ethic based on one behavior can lead to poor hiring decisions. This fallacy also affects technology debates. Someone might argue, if a product is high quality, it will have great reviews. This product has great reviews, so it must be high quality. But reviews can be influenced by marketing, brand loyalty, or paid promotions. Just because great products often get good reviews doesn't mean every well-reviewed product is actually great. Even in social interactions, this fallacy creates problems. A person might assume, if someone is angry, they'll raise their voice. This person is raising their voice, so they must be angry. But people raise their voices for different reasons: excitement, frustration, or even cultural differences. Assuming that one behavior always points to one cause leads to misunderstandings. One of the best ways to avoid this fallacy is to ask, are there other possible explanations? If a conclusion is based on the assumption that a specific cause must be true because the effect is present, it's worth considering alternative causes. Just because one thing can lead to an outcome doesn't mean it's the only thing that can. This fallacy is tricky because it feels intuitive. People like to find patterns and draw conclusions quickly, but recognizing that effects can have multiple causes is key to avoiding mistaken reasoning. The next time someone says, if A, then B, B happened, so A must be true, take a step back and ask if other explanations are possible. Logic works best when it considers all possibilities, not just the most obvious one. Imagine someone says, all swans are white because I saw a group of white swans yesterday. This might sound reasonable at first, but it's based on a very small and limited piece of evidence. Just because someone has only seen white swans doesn't mean all swans are white. In reality, black swans exist. But if a person only relies on their personal experience, they might believe something incorrect. This is an example of the anecdotal fallacy, where someone uses personal experiences or isolated examples as proof of a general rule while ignoring broader evidence. This fallacy happens when people rely on what they've seen or heard personally, instead of looking at larger patterns or data. It's natural to trust our own experiences because they feel real and immediate. But just because something happened to one person or even a few people doesn't mean it's true in every case. The world is more complex than a handful of personal stories can capture. This fallacy shows up in arguments about health all the time. Someone might say, my grandmother smoked her whole life and lived to be 95, so smoking isn't really bad for you. But this ignores the overwhelming scientific evidence that smoking causes serious health problems. Just because one person had an unusual experience doesn't mean that experience reflects reality for most people. Anecdotal evidence can be misleading because it focuses on exceptions rather than the general rule. You often see this mistake in debates about medicine. A person might argue, "I took this herbal remedy when I was sick, and I got better, so it must be effective." But just because they improved after taking the remedy doesn't mean the remedy was the reason. They might have gotten better on their own, or it could have been a placebo effect. Without scientific studies that control for other factors, it's impossible to know if the treatment actually works. The anecdotal fallacy also appears in crime and safety discussions. Someone might say, "I know a person who got robbed in that neighborhood, so it must be a dangerous place." But one incident doesn't define an entire area. Crime statistics are needed to determine how safe a neighborhood really is. If someone only hears about a few bad experiences, they might assume crime is worse than it actually is, even if data shows otherwise. This fallacy is common in political arguments. A person might say, "I know someone who got a job after the new policy was introduced, so the policy must be working." But one person's success doesn't prove that the policy is effective for everyone. To understand the real impact of a policy, it's important to look at large-scale data, not just individual cases. In business, people often use anecdotal reasoning when evaluating success. Someone might argue, "I started a business without a college degree, and I became successful, so education isn't necessary to succeed." But for every one person who succeeds without a degree, there are many others who struggle. Looking at overall trends shows that education often improves job opportunities, even if a few people find success without it. This fallacy also appears in discussions about luck and superstition. A person might say, "I wore my lucky socks during the game, and my team won, so my socks must have helped." But this ignores all the real factors that contributed to the win, like skill, strategy, and effort. Just because two things happen at the same time doesn't mean one caused the other. The anecdotal fallacy often leads to stereotypes. Someone might say, "I met a rude person from that country, so people from that country must be rude." But making broad assumptions based on a single experience ignores the diversity of individuals. Just because one person acted a certain way doesn't mean an entire group behaves the same way. This fallacy also plays a role in arguments about technology. A person might say, "I've never had a problem with this brand of phone, so it must be the best brand." But one person's experience doesn't reflect the performance of all devices. There could be thousands of people who had different experiences, and only looking at one case doesn't give a full picture. In sports, this fallacy leads to misleading conclusions. A fan might argue, "The last time my team played in the rain, they won, so they must be great at playing in bad weather." But a single game doesn't prove a pattern. There could be many other factors at play, and drawing conclusions from just one or two experiences ignores the bigger picture. This mistake also shows up in workplace discussions. A manager might say, "I hired someone without experience once, and they turned out to be great, so experience doesn't matter." But hiring decisions should be based on more than one case. Just because one person succeeded without experience doesn't mean most people will. Making policies based on isolated examples often leads to bad decisions. The anecdotal fallacy also appears in parenting debates. Someone might say, "I was spanked as a child, and I turned out fine, so spanking must be a good parenting method." But personal experience isn't proof that something is beneficial. Studies on child psychology provide much stronger evidence about what works and what doesn't. Just because one person didn't experience harm doesn't mean a practice is good for everyone. In science, anecdotal reasoning can slow progress. A person might say, "I don't believe in climate change because it was really cold last winter." But weather and climate are different things, and looking at a single season doesn't provide enough information to determine global trends. Scientific conclusions rely on large-scale data, not just personal observations. The problem with anecdotal reasoning is that it ignores the bigger picture. Just because something happened once doesn't mean it always happens. Just because something didn't happen to you doesn't mean it never happens. Anecdotal fallacies feel convincing because personal experiences are vivid and memorable, but they don't provide reliable evidence. One of the best ways to avoid this fallacy is to ask, is this based on a broad pattern or just on one or two experiences? If an argument relies only on personal stories without larger evidence, it's worth questioning. The world is full of exceptions, and while individual experiences matter, they don't always reflect the full truth. The next time someone says, "This must be true because it happened to me," take a step back. Ask whether the claim is backed by wider evidence, or if it's just a single story being used to make a general rule. Personal experiences are important, but logic and reason require looking at the bigger picture, not just isolated events. Imagine someone says, "There must be an afterlife, because if there wasn't, that would be terrifying." The argument isn't based on evidence or reason, it's based on fear. The idea of non-existence is unsettling, so the person assumes an afterlife must be real, simply because the alternative is too uncomfortable to accept. This is an example of the appeal to emotion fallacy, where instead of using logic or facts, an argument relies on feelings like fear, sadness, or hope to convince someone. Just because something is scary or comforting doesn't make it true. This fallacy happens when emotions replace rational thinking. Instead of proving a claim, the argument tries to make people feel something so strongly that they accept it without questioning. Fear, guilt, hope, and pity are all powerful motivators, but they don't determine truth. Just because something makes us feel good doesn't mean it's real, and just because something is upsetting doesn't mean it's false. This fallacy appears all the time in advertising. A commercial might show a sad-looking dog in a shelter, with dramatic music playing in the background. The message is clear: if you don't donate, you're a bad person. But whether or not someone donates to that specific organization should depend on how effectively it helps animals, not just on an emotional reaction. The emotional appeal is meant to bypass critical thinking, pushing people to act without considering other factors. The appeal to emotion is also common in political speeches. A politician might say, "We must pass this law to protect our children." Imagine if it were your child in danger. Instead of explaining the law's effectiveness, they play on parental fear to gain support. While protecting children is important, laws should be evaluated based on facts, not just emotional appeals. If a law isn't effective, no amount of emotional persuasion makes it a good policy. This fallacy also shows up in personal arguments. A parent might tell their child, "If you really loved me, you'd do what I say." But love isn't about blind obedience. The argument uses guilt instead of reasoning, pressuring the child into compliance rather than making a logical case for why the request is reasonable. You see this in courtroom arguments as well. A lawyer might tell a jury, "Imagine the pain this victim's family is going through. You must convict the defendant." While sympathy for the victim is understandable, a verdict should be based on evidence, not emotion. If the defendant is guilty, the evidence should prove it, not just the emotional weight of the situation. The appeal to emotion fallacy is also used in debates about religion. Someone might say, if you don't believe in God, you'll go to hell. Can you really take that risk? Instead of proving God exists, this argument relies on fear to force belief. Fear of punishment isn't proof of anything. It's just a way to pressure someone into agreement. This fallacy is also common in health debates. A person might argue, you have to try this alternative treatment. Imagine if your loved one was suffering, and you didn't do everything possible to help. But medical decisions should be based on evidence, not just desperation. Just because something feels like the right choice emotionally, doesn't mean it actually works. In history, appeals to emotion have been used to justify war. Leaders have told their people, if we don't fight, everything we love will be destroyed. This kind of argument stirs up fear and nationalism, making people feel like they have no choice but to support war, even if there are better alternatives. Fear can push people into action without fully understanding the situation. This fallacy also appears in charity campaigns. A fundraiser might say, how can you sleep at night, knowing children are starving? While helping people in need is important, guilt alone shouldn't determine where to donate. The real question should be, which organizations use donations most effectively? Emotion alone doesn't prove that one charity is better than another. In relationships, this fallacy can be used manipulatively. A partner might say, if you break up with me, I'll be miserable forever. This argument tries to create guilt instead of addressing the real issues in the relationship. Staying in a relationship shouldn't be based on fear or guilt. It should be based on mutual happiness and compatibility. This fallacy is also used in marketing to sell products. A skincare ad might say, if you don't use this cream, you'll look older and people won't find you attractive. The argument isn't about the product's effectiveness, it's about making the customer afraid of aging. By using fear and insecurity, the ad pushes people to buy something they might not even need. Appeal to emotion also plays a role in political campaigns. A candidate might say, if you don't vote for me, the country will be ruined. Instead of discussing policies, they use fear to gain support. While elections have serious consequences, decisions should be based on facts, not just emotional manipulation. In workplace discussions, this fallacy can be used to avoid criticism. A boss might say, if you don't support this new policy, you don't care about the company. This shifts the discussion away from the policy's actual effectiveness, making employees feel guilty instead of allowing open debate. Policies should be judged on their merits, not on emotional pressure. This fallacy is also seen in parenting styles. A parent might say, you need to be tough on your kids, or they'll end up failures. But fear of a bad future doesn't prove that strict parenting is the best method. Parenting approaches should be based on psychological research and understanding, not just fear-based reasoning. In social debates, appeal to emotion often replaces rational discussion. Someone might say, you have to support this law because people are suffering. While suffering is real, laws should be judged on their effectiveness, not just on the emotions they evoke. A law that sounds good emotionally might not actually solve the problem. This fallacy also appears in financial decisions. A salesperson might say, imagine how happy your family will be if you buy this new car. Instead of discussing the car's quality, reliability, or price, the pitch focuses on emotions to make the sale. Buying a car should be based on research and value, not just on an emotional vision. Appeal to emotion can also be found in news media. A news report might focus on a tragic personal story while ignoring larger statistics. A single emotional story might not represent the bigger picture, but it can still be used to influence opinions. People should be careful not to base their views solely on emotionally charged stories without considering the full scope of an issue. One of the best ways to avoid this fallacy is to ask, am I being asked to feel something, instead of think something? If an argument relies on making you afraid, guilty, or hopeful, without presenting actual evidence, it's likely an appeal to emotion. Feelings are important, but they shouldn't replace critical thinking. The next time someone tries to convince you with a statement like, "You should believe this because it feels right," take a step back. Ask whether the argument is based on facts or just an emotional response. Logic and evidence should be the foundation of reasoning, not just the way something makes you feel. Imagine someone claims, "The earth is flat." When asked for evidence, they respond, "You can't prove it's round, so I must be right." Instead of providing proof for their claim, they shift the responsibility onto others to disprove it. This is the burden of proof fallacy, where someone makes a claim but refuses to provide evidence, insisting that others must disprove them instead. But that's not how logical reasoning works. The person making a claim is responsible for supporting it with evidence. If they fail to do so, the claim holds no weight. This fallacy happens when someone reverses the usual rules of debate. Normally, if a person asserts something, they have to back it up with facts. But with the burden of proof fallacy, the person making the claim avoids providing proof and instead demands that others prove them wrong. This shifts the discussion unfairly and forces skeptics to do all the work, even though the original claim hasn't been supported with any evidence in the first place. This fallacy is common in conspiracy theories. A person might say, "The moon landing was faked." When asked for proof, they reply, "Well, you can't prove it wasn't." But that's not how proof works. The fact that someone else can't immediately disprove a claim doesn't make it true. The person making the claim needs to provide actual evidence before it can be taken seriously. The burden of proof fallacies also appear in debates about the supernatural. Someone might say, "Ghosts exist." When questioned, they argue, "Well, you can't prove they don't." But the inability to disprove something doesn't mean it's real. If that were the case, anything could be claimed as true. Unicorns, dragons, or invisible creatures living in the clouds. The fact that something hasn't been disproven doesn't count as proof that it exists. This fallacy is often used in arguments about religion. A person might say, "God exists." When asked for evidence, they respond, "You can't prove that God doesn't exist." But the inability to disprove something isn't evidence that it's true. Same logic could be used to claim that any God, spirit, or supernatural force exists, just because it can't be definitively disproven. A claim needs to be supported by positive evidence, not just by the absence of counter-evidence. You also see this fallacy in debates about health and medicine. A person might claim that a miracle cure works, and say, "You can't prove it doesn't." But the fact that something hasn't been proven false doesn't mean it works. Medicine relies on testing and evidence, not on shifting the burden of proof onto skeptics. If someone claims a treatment is effective, they need to provide proof, not demand that others disprove it. In politics, the burden of proof fallacy is often used to make vague accusations. A politician might say, "My opponent is corrupt." When asked for proof, they respond, "Well, you can't prove they're not." This forces the opponent to defend themselves against an accusation that has no basis in evidence. Instead of proving corruption, the accuser just shifts the burden onto the other person to prove their innocence, even though no evidence of wrongdoing was provided in the first place. This fallacy is also common in online debates. Someone might claim, "Aliens have visited Earth." When asked for proof, they say, "Well, you can't prove they haven't." But that logic would allow any wild claim to be considered true. If something extraordinary is being claimed, extraordinary evidence is required to support it. Simply demanding that others disprove a claim isn't a valid argument. The burden of proof fallacy can be seen in personal arguments as well. Imagine a friend claims, "I have psychic abilities." When asked to demonstrate them, they say, "You can't prove I don't." That's not how logic works. The responsibility to prove the claim belongs to the person making it. If there's no evidence, the claim can't be accepted as true just because it hasn't been disproven. This fallacy also appears in legal discussions. A person might claim, "This law is unconstitutional." When asked for evidence, they respond, "Prove that it isn't." But laws and policies must be challenged with specific arguments and evidence. The burden of proof lies with the person making the claim, not with others to prove them wrong. In science, this fallacy leads to misunderstandings about research. A person might say, "There's no evidence that this chemical is safe." When asked if there's evidence that it's harmful, they reply, "No, but you can't prove it's safe." But science doesn't work by proving a complete negative. It works by testing and gathering data. If a claim is made about harm, the person making the claim must provide evidence. This mistake is also common in historical debates. Someone might say, "This ancient civilization had advanced technology." When asked for evidence, they say, "You can't prove they didn't." But historical claims require supporting evidence. The lack of disproof isn't the same as having proof. The burden of proof fallacy appears in paranormal claims all the time. Someone might say, "Bigfoot is real." When asked for proof, they respond, "Well, you can't prove Bigfoot doesn't exist." But proving the non-existence of something is nearly impossible. If Bigfoot exists, the logical approach is to provide evidence, not just shift the burden onto skeptics. This fallacy is often used in debates about controversial issues. A person might say, "This policy is bad for the economy." When asked for data, they reply, "Well, prove that it isn't." But policies should be evaluated based on facts and analysis, not just on shifting the responsibility to others to disprove vague claims. The burden of proof fallacy can also be found in financial discussions. A person might say, "Investing in this company will make you rich." When asked for proof, they respond, "You can't prove it won't." But financial decisions should be based on evidence, not just on an inability to disprove a claim. In personal relationships, this fallacy can be used manipulatively. Someone might say, "You don't love me." When asked why they think that, they say, "Prove that you do." But love isn't something that can always be proven on demand. The person making the claim needs to provide a reason for believing it, not just shift the burden onto someone else. This fallacy is also used in debates about artificial intelligence. A person might say, "AI will take over the world." When asked for proof, they reply, "You can't prove it won't." While concerns about AI are worth discussing, arguments should be based on data, research, and realistic projections, not just fear-based claims that shift the burden of proof. The best way to avoid this fallacy is to remember that the person making a claim is responsible for providing evidence. If someone says something is true, they need to back it up. It's not the job of others to disprove a claim that has no foundation. The inability to disprove something doesn't make it true, just as the inability to disprove unicorns doesn't mean they exist. The next time someone says, "You can't prove me wrong, so I must be right," take a step back. Ask for actual evidence. If the only argument is that something hasn't been disproven, then it's not an argument at all. Logic and reason require proof, not just the shifting of responsibility onto others. Imagine a man from Scotland who supports the England soccer team. Another Scotsman hears this and immediately says, "No true Scotsman would ever support England." The argument isn't about whether this person is actually Scottish. It's about defining what a true Scotsman is based on personal beliefs. Instead of accepting that a Scottish person can have different opinions, the definition of a true Scotsman is changed to exclude anyone who doesn't fit the expectation. This is an example of the ** no true Scotsman. Fallacy, where someone redefines a category to exclude counterexamples that don't fit their argument. Instead of proving their claim, they just change the definition of what qualifies, making it impossible to argue against. This fallacy happens when someone moves the goalposts in a discussion. Instead of accepting an exception to their claim, they change the rules to make sure the claim still holds. It's an attempt to protect a belief from criticism by rejecting any counterexample, not because it's false, but because it doesn't fit a convenient definition. This mistake is common in debates about identity and loyalty. Someone might say, no real American would criticize their country, but plenty of Americans criticize their country while still being American. Instead of accepting that patriotism and criticism can coexist, the argument redefines what it means to be a real American in a way that excludes dissenting voices. The fallacy is also used in religious discussions. A person might say, no true Christian would ever act selfishly, but people are complex, and religious belief doesn't automatically prevent someone from being selfish. Instead of accepting that religious people can make mistakes, the argument simply declares that anyone who does something bad must not be a true believer. It avoids addressing the issue by changing the definition. This fallacy appears in political debates as well. Someone might say, no real liberal would support that policy, but political ideologies are broad, and people within the same movement can have different views. Instead of discussing the differences, the argument just dismisses anyone who doesn't fit a narrow mold. It allows the person using the fallacy to avoid engaging with differing opinions by declaring them invalid. You see this fallacy in discussions about personal identity. A vegan might say, no true vegan would eat something with even trace amounts of animal products, but people follow veganism for different reasons, and some may be more flexible in certain situations. Instead of acknowledging those differences, the argument excludes anyone who doesn't fit a strict definition. This fallacy is common in sports fandom. A fan might say, no true Lakers fan would ever criticize LeBron James, but being a fan doesn't mean blindly agreeing with everything about a team or its players. Instead of engaging with the idea that fans can have different opinions, the argument tries to redefine fandom in a way that excludes criticism. The no true Scotsman fallacy is also used in cultural arguments. Someone might say, no true Italian would put pineapple on pizza, but food preferences don't determine nationality. Instead of accepting that people from the same culture can have different tastes, the argument simply redefines what it means to be Italian to exclude those who disagree. This mistake also appears in professional settings. A company might say, no real employee would ever complain about company policies, but employees can have legitimate concerns while still being dedicated workers. Instead of addressing their concerns, the argument dismisses them by redefining what it means to be a real employee. The fallacy is often used to protect group identities. A person might say, no true feminist would support that idea, but feminism is a broad movement with many interpretations. Instead of debating the merits of the idea, the argument just excludes anyone who holds it. This allows the person making the claim to dismiss differing views without having to engage with them. In history, this fallacy has been used to dismiss inconvenient facts. Someone might say, no true scientist would ever doubt climate change, but scientific debate exists even within well-established theories. Instead of proving that a skeptical scientist is wrong, the argument just excludes them from the definition of a scientist altogether. This fallacy can also appear in personal relationships. A friend might say, no real friend would ever cancel plans at the last minute, but real friends sometimes have emergencies or personal struggles. Instead of accepting that people can make mistakes, the argument just redefines what it means to be a friend to exclude the person who cancelled. In online debates, the no true Scotsman fallacy is used to dismiss opposing views. Someone might say, no real gamer would ever play mobile games, but gaming includes many different platforms, and mobile gaming is a legitimate form of gaming. Instead of engaging in a discussion about different types of gaming, the argument just excludes mobile players from the definition of a gamer. This fallacy also appears in music discussions. A person might say, no true metal fan would listen to mainstream rock, but musical taste is subjective, and people can enjoy different genres. Instead of discussing what makes music good or bad, the argument just changes the definition of a metal fan to exclude those who don't fit a certain mold. The fallacy is common in discussions about moral behavior. Someone might say, no true hero would ever show fear, but bravery isn't the absence of fear, it's overcoming fear. Instead of acknowledging that heroes can struggle with doubt and fear, the argument just defines heroism in a way that excludes those who don't fit an unrealistic ideal. The no true Scotsman fallacy can also be used in workplace culture. A manager might say, no real team player would ever question the company's decisions, but questioning decisions can sometimes improve a company. Instead of addressing concerns, the argument just dismisses anyone who raises them. This fallacy also affects debates about social issues. Someone might say, no real environmentalist would ever drive a car, but people can care about the environment while still having practical needs. Instead of discussing how individuals balance sustainability with everyday life, the argument just excludes those who don't meet an extreme standard. In parenting, this fallacy can appear in arguments about discipline. A parent might say, no true parent would ever let their child play video games for hours, but different parenting styles exist, and not everyone has the same rules. Instead of discussing different approaches, the argument just declares one of them invalid. The best way to recognize this fallacy is to look for shifting definitions. If someone keeps redefining a group or identity to exclude counterexamples, they may be using the no true Scotsman fallacy. Instead of engaging with evidence, they move the goalpost to protect their argument. The next time someone says, no true group would ever do thing, ask yourself if that's really true, or if they're just redefining the group to fit their argument. People are complex, identities are flexible, and real discussions should be based on evidence, not arbitrary definitions. Imagine a gunman shooting at the side of a barn. He fires several shots, but most of them miss any clear target. Instead of admitting he missed, he walks over to the barn and paints a target around the cluster of bullets that landed closest together. Now it looks like he was incredibly accurate, hitting the bullseye every time. This is an example of the Texas Sharpshooter fallacy, where someone ignores the full range of data and only focuses on the parts that seem to support their argument. Instead of analyzing all the evidence objectively, they cherry-pick specific pieces to create a pattern that wasn't really there to begin with. This fallacy happens when people look at random data and find patterns after the fact, rather than setting clear expectations beforehand. Instead of forming a conclusion based on all the information available, they selectively highlight the details that fit their claim, while ignoring everything else. By focusing only on what appears to confirm their idea, they make it seem like there's a strong connection, when in reality, it's just a coincidence. This mistake is common in conspiracy theories. A person might claim that major world events are controlled by a secret organization. To prove their point, they highlight a handful of instances where politicians, celebrities, or business leaders seem to be connected, but they ignore all the cases where those connections don't exist. Instead of looking at the full picture, they focus only on the parts that make their theory seem plausible, creating the illusion of a pattern. You see this fallacy all the time in pseudoscience. A person promoting a miracle cure might say, I gave this remedy to 10 people, and 7 of them felt better, so it must work. But they ignore the fact that people often recover on their own, or experience the placebo effect. They only count the successes while ignoring the failures, making it seem like the treatment is effective when it might not be. A proper scientific study would look at all cases, not just the ones that support a preferred outcome. This fallacy also appears in financial predictions. Someone might say, this stock analyst has correctly predicted 3 major crashes in the last decade, so he must know what he's talking about. But they don't mention that the same analyst also made dozens of wrong predictions. By focusing only on the times he was right, they create the illusion that he has special insight, when in reality, his accuracy is no better than random guessing. The Texas Sharpshooter fallacy is common in astrology and fortune-telling. A horoscope might say, you will face a challenge today, but you'll overcome it with determination. A person reads this and thinks, that's exactly what happened to me, but they ignore all the vague or incorrect statements the horoscope made. They remember the parts that seemed accurate while forgetting everything that didn't fit. By selectively focusing on hits and ignoring misses, astrology creates the illusion of accuracy. This fallacy is also used in marketing. The company might advertise that their product has been scientifically tested and proven effective, but if they conducted 10 studies and only promoted the one that got positive results while ignoring the 9 that showed no effect, they are misleading consumers. Proper scientific research considers all the data, not just the parts that fit the desired conclusion. In political debates, this fallacy is often used to manipulate statistics. A politician might say, crime rates have dropped in the last 5 years, proving my policies are working. But if crime actually increased in 3 of those years, and only dropped in the last 2, they are selectively choosing data that supports their claim while ignoring the data that doesn't. By focusing only on the most favorable numbers, they create a misleading impression. This fallacy also appears in sports discussions. A commentator might say, this team always performs well in high-pressure situations, but they base this on a few memorable wins, while ignoring all the times the team has failed under pressure. By highlighting only the successful moments, they create the illusion that the team is always clutch, even if the full data shows otherwise. The Texas Sharpshooter fallacy is also common in historical analysis. Someone might claim, every great empire in history collapsed after introducing paper currency, so paper money must be dangerous. But they ignore the fact that those empires also faced wars, economic struggles, and political corruption. Instead of considering all the factors, they focus only on the one detail that fits their argument, creating a false connection. In social debates, this fallacy leads to misleading conclusions about different groups. Someone might say, all successful entrepreneurs dropped out of college, but they only focus on famous examples like Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg, while ignoring the millions of people who dropped out and didn't become billionaires. By selecting only the stories that support their claim, they make it seem like dropping out leads to success when, in reality, it's an exception rather than the rule. This mistake also shows up in arguments about luck and superstition. A person might say, every time I wear my lucky socks my team wins, but they ignore all the times they wore the socks and the team lost. By remembering only the games where the superstition seemed to work, they convince themselves that there's a real connection when it's just random chance. This fallacy can even be found in self-help and motivational advice. Someone might say, all successful people wake up at 5 a.m., so waking up early must be the secret to success. But they ignore the many successful people who wake up late, as well as all the early risers who never achieve anything extraordinary. By focusing only on the examples that fit their claim, they create a misleading picture of reality. In discussions about intelligence, this fallacy leads to flawed conclusions. Someone might say, every genius in history had a difficult childhood, so struggling as a kid must make you smarter. But they ignore all the people with difficult childhoods who didn't become geniuses. Instead of recognizing that intelligence depends on many factors, they focus only on the cases that seem to support their theory. This fallacy is also common in discussions about crime. Someone might say, All serial killers played violent video games as kids, so video games must cause violence. But they ignore the millions of people who play violent video games and never commit crimes. By selecting only the cases that fit their argument, they create a false link between video games and violence. One of the biggest problems with the Texas Sharpshooter fallacy is that it creates patterns where none exist. When people look at random data and pick out only the pieces that seem to match their expectations, they fool themselves into seeing meaning where there is none. Instead of recognizing that some patterns are just coincidences, they convince themselves that they've discovered a real connection. One way to avoid this fallacy is to ask, am I looking at all the data, or just the parts that support my claim? If an argument is based on selective evidence while ignoring everything that doesn't fit, it's likely a case of the Texas Sharpshooter fallacy. Proper reasoning requires looking at the full picture, not just the convenient parts. The next time someone presents a convincing argument based on patterns, take a step back. Ask whether they've looked at all the data, or if they've just drawn a target around the results they like. Real logic is about seeing the whole picture, not just the pieces that make a claim look good.
Imagine Saul Goodman, the slick and charismatic lawyer from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, is defending a client in court. The prosecution presents evidence that contradicts his argument, but instead of addressing it, he skillfully redefines the terms of the debate to make it seem like the evidence doesn't count. He argues that his client is innocent because the definition of guilt should be much stricter, so even though there's strong evidence, it doesn't quite meet the new definition he just introduced. By shifting the goalposts, he makes it impossible for any evidence to prove him wrong. This is an example of the suppressed correlative fallacy, where someone redefines a category in a way that eliminates the possibility of disagreement. Instead of arguing against opposing evidence, they change the meaning of the terms so that no counterexample can exist. This fallacy happens when a person manipulates definitions to make their argument immune to criticism. Instead of engaging with the actual debate, they redefine key terms to exclude anything that might prove them wrong. By doing this, they create an illusion of being correct, not because their argument is strong, but because they've changed the rules of the game in their favor. You see this all the time in discussions about intelligence. Someone might say, only geniuses understand this concept. When a person understands it easily, they respond, well, you're just really smart. But if someone struggles with it, they say, see, it's only for geniuses. No matter what happens, they adjust the definition so that their claim always seems right. Instead of proving their argument, they manipulate the criteria so that it always works in their favor. This fallacy also appears in debates about morality. A person might argue true kindness means never hurting anyone. When someone points out that tough love or discipline can sometimes be necessary, they redefine kindness to only include behaviors they approve of. By shifting the definition, they make sure that any counterexample is dismissed, rather than properly addressed. You see this in political debates all the time. A politician might say, we have the freest country in the world. When someone points out laws that limit freedoms, they respond, well, freedom doesn't mean doing whatever you want. If they're challenged on that definition, they adjust it again, always making sure that their claim stays intact. By continuously redefining what counts as freedom, they avoid ever having to admit they might be wrong. This fallacy is also common in arguments about success. Someone might say, only truly hardworking people succeed. If a rich person inherits their fortune, they argue, well, success isn't just about money. If a poor person works hard but struggles, they say, they just haven't succeeded yet. No matter what happens, they redefine success so that their original argument always seems correct. In personal relationships, this fallacy can be used manipulatively. A partner might say, if you really loved me, you'd do anything for me. When someone sets boundaries, they respond, well, real love means understanding. If the partner complies, they say, "See, that's love," but if they don't, they shift the definition again. Instead of having a meaningful discussion, they change the meaning of love to always favor their perspective. This mistake appears in health and fitness debates. A person might claim, "You're only healthy if you eat clean." When someone points out that a person can be healthy while eating a variety of foods, they say, "Well, true health is about balance." When another person argues that balance includes treats, they respond, "But being healthy means avoiding processed food." By constantly shifting the definition, they never have to acknowledge alternative viewpoints. The suppressed correlative fallacy is common in religious discussions. Someone might say, "Only good people go to heaven." When asked about flawed but kind-hearted people, they say, "Well, true goodness comes from faith." If a faithful person does something immoral, they respond, "Nobody's perfect." The definition of good keeps changing to make sure the argument always holds up. In business, this fallacy is used to create misleading marketing claims. A company might advertise, "This is the best product on the market." When customers complain, they clarify, "Well, by best we mean it provides good value." If another brand offers better value, they shift again, saying, "What we mean is that our product is the most innovative." The definition keeps changing so that no criticism can ever disprove the claim. The suppressed correlative fallacy also appears in sports debates. A fan might say, "The best players always step up in big moments." When someone points out a star player who underperformed, they respond, "Well, stepping up isn't just about scoring, it's about leadership." When another player shows leadership but doesn't win, they shift again, saying, "True greatness is about winning championships." By constantly redefining what it means to step up, they make their claim impossible to refute. In discussions about intelligence, people often redefine what it means to be smart. Someone might argue, "Only highly intelligent people understand complex ideas." When an average person grasps the concept, they say, "Well, intelligence isn't just about understanding, it's about creativity." If a creative person struggles, they shift again, saying, "True intelligence is about critical thinking." No matter what happens, they move the definition so they never have to admit they were wrong. This fallacy can even be used to manipulate statistics. A news outlet might report, "Our city has low crime." When crime rates are shown to be rising, they respond, "Well, by crime, we mean violent crime." If violent crime rises, they say, "We were referring to property crime." By redefining what counts as crime, they make it impossible for their claim to be disproven. You also see this in debates about technology. A person might say, "The latest phone is the most advanced." When another phone has better specs, they clarify, "Well, it's the most advanced in terms of design." If another phone has a better design, they say, "What we mean is that it's the most user-friendly." The claim keeps shifting, making it impossible to challenge. In parenting debates, this fallacy appears when discussing discipline. A parent might say, "Good parents never yell at their kids." When someone points out a parent who yells but is otherwise loving, they redefine good parenting to include occasional discipline. If another parent sets boundaries but doesn't yell, they shift again, saying, "Real parenting is about being strict but fair." The definition constantly changes to make sure no counterexample disproves the argument. The suppressed correlative fallacy is especially dangerous because it prevents real discussion. Instead of engaging with counterarguments, the person using it just changes the definition of key terms to make sure they're always right. This makes meaningful debate impossible because the goalposts are constantly moving. One of the best ways to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is the definition changing to fit the argument? If the criteria keep shifting every time a counterexample is presented, it's a sign that someone is using the suppressed correlative fallacy. A strong argument doesn't need to redefine itself to remain true. It should stand on its own without constantly changing the rules. The next time someone insists that a claim is true no matter what evidence is presented, take a step back, ask if they're actually proving their point, or if they're just adjusting the definition to avoid being wrong. Real logic requires consistent definitions, not ones that change whenever it's convenient.
Imagine someone saying, evolution can't be true, because I can't picture an ape transforming into a human. The argument isn't based on scientific evidence or logic, it's based on personal difficulty in understanding the concept. Just because something is hard to imagine doesn't mean it's false. This is an example of the personal incredulity fallacy, where someone dismisses a claim simply because they find it difficult to understand or believe. Instead of engaging with the evidence, they rely on their own inability to grasp the idea as proof that it must be wrong. This fallacy happens when people assume that if something doesn't make sense to them, it must not make sense at all. But reality isn't limited by what any one person can comprehend. The universe is filled with complex ideas that might be difficult to visualize, but that doesn't make them untrue. Science, history, and logic don't depend on personal intuition, they depend on evidence and reason. This mistake is common in discussions about science. A person might say, quantum mechanics doesn't make sense to me, so it must be nonsense. But quantum mechanics operates in ways that don't align with everyday human experiences, making it difficult to intuitively grasp. That doesn't mean it isn't real. Scientists rely on experiments, mathematics, and observation, not just what feels logical. Dismissing it because it's hard to picture ignores the overwhelming evidence that supports it. You see this fallacy all the time in medical debates. Someone might say, I don't understand how vaccines work, so they must be dangerous. But not understanding something doesn't mean it's harmful. Scientists spend years studying immunology, and their research provides solid evidence for vaccine safety. Just because someone doesn't personally grasp the science, doesn't mean the science is flawed. This fallacy also appears in discussions about astronomy. A person might argue, I can't believe the universe is infinite, so it must not be. But the universe doesn't care whether it fits into human intuition. Many things in space, black holes, dark matter, the vastness of galaxies, are beyond what the human mind is naturally equipped to comprehend. Dismissing them just because they're hard to imagine doesn't mean they don't exist. In history, this fallacy leads to conspiracy theories. Someone might claim, I can't believe people landed on the moon, so it must have been faked. But disbelief is not evidence. The fact that something feels incredible doesn't mean it didn't happen. The moon landing is supported by overwhelming photographic, video, and eyewitness evidence, but those who commit this fallacy reject it simply because they personally struggle to accept it. This fallacy appears in arguments about technology. A person might say, I don't understand how artificial intelligence works, so it must be a scam. But AI operates based on complex algorithms, neural networks, and vast amounts of data. Just because it's difficult to grasp doesn't mean it's fake. Many technologies, from the internet to electricity, were once hard to understand, but that didn't stop them from being real. The personal incredulity fallacy is often used in debates about evolution. Someone might argue, I can't picture a fish evolving into a land animal, so evolution must be false. But science isn't about what people can picture, it's about what the evidence shows. Fossil records, genetic studies, and observable adaptations all support evolution. Rejecting it because it seems strange doesn't make the evidence go away. This fallacy is common in religious discussions. A person might say, I can't believe the universe came from nothing, so God must have created it. But personal disbelief isn't proof of anything. The origins of the universe are complex,
and just because an explanation is difficult to comprehend doesn't mean it's wrong. Scientists rely on physics and cosmology, not just gut feelings, to explore these questions. Personal incredulity also shows up in economic arguments. Someone might say, "I don't understand how inflation works, so it must be a myth." But economic principles aren't based on whether they are easy to grasp. They are studied through data, history, and analysis. Assuming something isn't real, just because it's hard to explain, ignores the complexity of the world. This fallacy appears in legal discussions as well. A person might claim, "I can't believe that someone innocent would confess to a crime, so false confessions must not happen." But psychology shows that under pressure, people sometimes do confess to things they didn't do. Just because it doesn't align with someone's personal intuition doesn't mean it doesn't occur. You see this mistake in climate change debates. Someone might say, "I can't believe humans are capable of changing the entire planet's climate, so global warming must be fake." But scientific evidence, not personal intuition, determines the truth. The Earth's climate is affected by countless factors, and human activity is one of them. Rejecting it because it's hard to comprehend doesn't change the data. This fallacy is also used in sports debates. A fan might say, "I can't believe this underdog team beat the champions, so they must have cheated." But upsets happen all the time in sports. Just because something seems unlikely or surprising doesn't mean there must be an alternative explanation. The outcome is based on real performance, not just whether it fits expectations. In philosophy, this fallacy leads to faulty reasoning about consciousness. Someone might argue, "I can't understand how thoughts come from the brain, so the brain must not create consciousness." But neuroscience shows that consciousness emerges from complex neural activity. Just because it's difficult to grasp doesn't mean it requires a supernatural explanation. The personal incredulity fallacy also appears in everyday situations. Someone might say, "I don't believe this diet works because I can't understand how eating more fat helps people lose weight." But nutrition science shows that different diets affect metabolism in complex ways. Just because something seems counterintuitive doesn't mean it's false. This fallacy is dangerous because it replaces critical thinking with personal feelings. Instead of examining the facts, people assume that if they can't understand something, it must not be true. But reality doesn't depend on what any one person can comprehend. Many ideas, relativity, quantum mechanics, biological evolution, are difficult to visualize, yet they are supported by mountains of evidence. One way to avoid this fallacy is to ask, am I rejecting this because of a lack of evidence, or just because I find it hard to believe? If the only reason for disbelief is personal difficulty in understanding, then it's likely a case of the personal incredulity fallacy. Truth is determined by logic, experimentation, and observation, not by what feels intuitive. The next time someone says, "I can't believe that's true, so it must be false," take a step back. Ask whether they have evidence or if they're just relying on personal feelings. Reality isn't limited by human imagination. Understanding takes effort, and sometimes the truth is more complex than it seems. Imagine someone says, "Banks are beside rivers, therefore financial institutions are beside rivers." At first glance, this might seem logical, but the word bank has multiple meanings. A riverbank is not the same thing as a financial institution, but the argument treats them as if they are. This is an example of the ambiguity fallacy, where a word or phrase with multiple meanings is used in a misleading way to create confusion. Instead of making a valid argument, the person exploits the different meanings of a word to trick people into accepting a faulty conclusion. This fallacy happens when an argument depends on the unclear use of language. Words often have different meanings, depending on context, but when someone deliberately or accidentally blurs those meanings, they create a misleading argument. Instead of making a logical point, they rely on the confusion caused by the ambiguity of language. This mistake is common in legal discussions. A law might state that everyone has the right to free speech, but does that mean people can say anything they want at any time? Some might argue that it includes the right to shout in a crowded theater, while others interpret it as allowing speech only when it doesn't harm others. Because the wording is vague, different interpretations lead to different conclusions. If someone tries to manipulate the definition to fit their argument, they are committing the ambiguity fallacy. You see this fallacy all the time in advertising. A company might say, "Our product is natural," but what does natural mean? Does it mean organic, unprocessed, or just that some ingredients come from nature? By using a vague term, the company makes the product seem healthier than it actually is. People assume it means one thing when the company is using it in a much looser sense. This fallacy also appears in political debates. A politician might say, "We support justice for all," but justice can mean different things to different people. Some might interpret it as harsher punishments for criminals, while others might see it as social equality. By using a vague term, the politician appeals to a broad audience without actually committing to any specific policy. The ambiguity fallacy is often used in philosophical discussions. Someone might argue, "Science can't explain everything," but what does everything mean? If they mean science can't explain emotions or personal experiences, that's one thing. If they mean science can't explain natural phenomena, that's another. By leaving the term vague, they make it harder to challenge their argument. This mistake is common in religious discussions as well. A person might say, "God is love," but what does love mean in this context? Does it mean affection, kindness, or something more abstract? If the definition shifts throughout the conversation, it becomes difficult to challenge the argument, because the meaning is always changing. You see this fallacy in debates about ethics. Someone might say, "Stealing is wrong," but does that include taking food to survive? Does it include digital piracy? If someone shifts the definition depending on the situation, they make it impossible to engage in a meaningful discussion. The lack of clarity allows them to manipulate the argument as needed. The ambiguity fallacy appears in discussions about intelligence. A person might say, "AI is smarter than humans," but what does smarter mean? Does it mean AI processes information faster, makes fewer mistakes, or understands emotions? By leaving the definition unclear, the argument can be misleading. AI might outperform humans in certain areas, but still lack true understanding. This fallacy also appears in discussions about success. Someone might say, "Success is all about happiness," but happiness is subjective. Does it mean financial stability, personal fulfillment, or something else? By keeping the definition vague, the argument avoids being pinned down. The ambiguity fallacy is often used in courtroom arguments. A lawyer might say, "My client didn't steal, he just borrowed indefinitely." By twisting the definition of borrowing, they attempt to make theft seem less severe. Instead of addressing the real issue, they use language to manipulate the perception of the crime. In everyday conversations, this fallacy can lead to misunderstandings. A friend might say, "I'll be there soon," but what does soon mean? 5 minutes, an hour, or sometime before the end of the day? If the definition of soon keeps shifting, it becomes difficult to hold the person accountable for their statement. This fallacy is also used in marketing slogans. A company might claim, "Our product lasts longer." Longer than what? If they don't specify, the statement is meaningless. It could last longer than a competing brand, longer than expected, or just longer than a product that's designed to break quickly. By keeping the definition unclear, the company creates an illusion of superiority. The ambiguity fallacy is frequently used in scientific debates. Someone might argue, evolution is just a theory, but the word theory has different meanings in everyday language and in science. In casual conversation, theory often means a guess or speculation. In science, it refers to a well-supported explanation based on evidence. By using the everyday definition instead of the scientific one, they make evolution seem weaker than it actually is. In sports debates, this fallacy leads to misleading claims. A commentator might say, "This player is the best," but best in what sense? Are they the highest scorer, the most valuable to their team, or the most skilled overall? Without a clear definition, the statement can mean different things to different people. The ambiguity fallacy is also common in arguments about rights. Someone might say, "Everyone deserves freedom," but freedom means different things depending on the context. Does it mean freedom from government control, freedom from consequences, or freedom to do anything at all? By keeping the definition broad, the argument becomes harder to challenge. In discussions about personal identity, this fallacy creates confusion. A person might say, "I believe in being real," but what does real mean? Does it mean being honest, staying true to yourself, or avoiding trends? If the definition keeps changing, it's impossible to debate the idea effectively. This fallacy also appears in corporate policies. A company might say, "We promote a positive work environment," but what does positive mean? Does it mean stress-free, inclusive, or just profitable? If the definition isn't clear, employees might be held to an unfair standard without knowing what's expected of them. The ambiguity fallacy makes arguments seem stronger than they are. By keeping key terms flexible, instead of clearly defining their points, people using this fallacy shift meanings to fit their needs. This allows them to dodge counter-arguments and manipulate discussions. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is this word being used consistently? If a term's meaning shifts depending on the situation, it's likely an ambiguity fallacy. Clarity is essential in logical reasoning. Without precise definitions, arguments become slippery and misleading. The next time someone makes a vague claim, take a step back, ask what they really mean. If their argument relies on shifting definitions, they aren't making a strong case, they're just playing with words. Real logic depends on clear meanings, not on language tricks designed to avoid real discussion.
Imagine someone saying, "The Nazis were the first to ban public smoking, so banning smoking must be bad." This argument doesn't actually engage with the merits of banning smoking, it just dismisses the idea based on its origin. Instead of debating whether banning public smoking has health benefits or harms individual freedoms, the argument rejects it outright because it was first implemented by a group with a terrible reputation. This is an example of the genetic fallacy, where an idea is accepted or rejected solely based on where it came from, rather than evaluating the idea on its own merits. Just because something originates from a bad source doesn't mean it's automatically wrong, and just because something comes from a good source doesn't mean it's automatically right. This fallacy happens when people judge an argument based on its origin rather than the actual reasoning behind it. Instead of looking at the logic or evidence, they focus on who said it, where it came from, or what its history is. But ideas, policies, and beliefs should be analyzed based on their content, not their origin. This mistake is common in political debates. Someone might say, "This policy was introduced by the opposing party, so it must be a bad idea." But policies should be evaluated based on their effectiveness, not on who proposed them. If a law improves people's lives, it doesn't matter whether it came from one party or another. Judging it solely based on its source, instead of its actual effects, is an example of the genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy also appears in discussions about religion. A person might say, "You only believe in that religion because you were raised in it, so it must be false." But the origins of a belief don't determine its truth. While it's true that people are influenced by their upbringing,
The correctness of a religious or philosophical idea has to be determined by logic, evidence, and reasoning, not by where or how someone learned it. You see this fallacy in historical arguments as well. Someone might claim, democracy started in ancient Greece, and those societies had slaves, so democracy must be flawed. But the fact that democracy came from a society with major moral failings doesn't mean democracy itself is bad. Ideas should be judged by how they function, not just by the context in which they first appeared. This fallacy is often used in branding and marketing. A company might say, "This diet was created by a famous scientist, so it must be healthy." But just because an idea comes from a well-known figure doesn't mean it's automatically correct. The diet should be evaluated based on scientific research, not just on who created it. The source might be reputable, but the argument still needs evidence. The genetic fallacy also appears in personal arguments. Someone might say, "You only support that idea because your parents taught you that." But even if someone learned something from their parents, that doesn't mean it's wrong. The validity of an idea doesn't depend on where it came from. It depends on whether it makes sense and is supported by facts. In science, this fallacy can slow progress. A researcher might dismiss a scientific theory by saying, "That idea was first proposed by someone who later turned out to be a fraud." But just because the person had credibility issues doesn't mean the theory is automatically false. Scientific ideas should be judged based on experiments, data, and peer review, not on who originally proposed them. This fallacy is also common in legal debates. Someone might argue, "This law was first passed by a corrupt government, so we should get rid of it." But even if a law was introduced by an unpopular leader, that doesn't mean the law itself is bad. It should be evaluated based on whether it helps or harms society, not just on who created it. The genetic fallacy is frequently used in personal attacks. A person might say, "You got that idea from a biased news source, so it must be false." While it's true that some sources are unreliable, an argument should be evaluated based on its content. Even a biased source can occasionally present accurate information. The key is to examine the actual facts, not just where they came from. In business, this fallacy can lead to poor decisions. A manager might say, "That strategy was developed by our competitors, so we shouldn't use it." But if the strategy is effective, it doesn't matter where it originated. Good ideas can come from anywhere, and rejecting something just because of its source can prevent progress. This fallacy is also common in moral debates. Someone might argue that ethical principle was first proposed by a bad person, so it must be wrong. But moral ideas should be judged based on their reasoning and impact, not on who originally suggested them. Even people with questionable histories can have good ideas. The genetic fallacy appears in discussions about literature and media. A person might say, "This book was written by someone with controversial beliefs, so the book must be bad." But a book's quality should be judged by its content, not just by the author's background. Many great works of literature have been written by flawed individuals. This fallacy is also seen in scientific skepticism. Someone might say, "That medical study was funded by a pharmaceutical company, so the results must be false." While corporate influence can be a concern, the study should be examined based on its methods, peer review, and replication, not just on who funded it. If the data is sound, it remains valid regardless of its source. In social debates, the genetic fallacy often prevents constructive dialogue. Someone might say, "You only support that policy because you were influenced by the media." But being exposed to an idea through the media doesn't make it wrong. The policy should be analyzed based on its merits, not on how someone learned about it. This fallacy is also used to dismiss arguments in personal conflicts. A person might say, You only think that because your friend told you to believe it. But even if an idea came from a friend, it should be considered based on whether it makes sense. The truth of a claim isn't determined by where it came from. It's determined by logic and evidence. One of the biggest dangers of the genetic fallacy is that it shuts down discussion. Instead of debating the actual argument, people focus on its origin and use that as an excuse to dismiss it. But ideas should be examined based on their validity, not on where they came from. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, am I judging the argument itself, or just where it came from? If the argument is being rejected solely because of its origin, it's likely a genetic fallacy. The best way to think critically is to focus on the facts, not on the source. The next time someone says, that idea must be wrong because of where it came from, take a step back. Ask whether the argument itself holds up. Good ideas can come from bad places, and bad ideas can come from good places. The truth isn't determined by the past, it's determined by logic, reason, and evidence.
Imagine two teachers debating the best way to educate students. One teacher argues that students learn best through structured lessons, strict discipline, and traditional methods. The other teacher insists that students should have complete freedom to explore subjects at their own pace with no formal structure. A third person, trying to settle the debate, says the best approach must be somewhere in the middle. Without considering any evidence, they assume that because both sides disagree, the truth must be a compromise. This is an example of the middle ground fallacy, where people assume that the correct answer must always be a balance between two opposing views, rather than evaluating each argument on its own merits. This fallacy happens when people believe that compromise is always the best solution. While balance is sometimes useful, it doesn't guarantee truth. Just because two positions exist doesn't mean the right answer is automatically found in the middle. Some arguments are based on evidence, and some are not. Assuming that truth always lies between two extremes ignores the possibility that one side could be entirely correct, or that reality is more complex than a simple compromise. This mistake is common in scientific debates. The scientist might argue that climate change is caused by human activity, pointing to decades of research and overwhelming evidence. A skeptic might say that climate change is a natural cycle and that human activity has no effect. Someone trying to settle the argument might say, maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. Maybe humans are responsible for half of climate change, and nature is responsible for the other half. But that's not how science works. The amount of human influence on climate change is determined by evidence, not by simply splitting the difference between two opposing opinions. The middle ground fallacy also appears in medical debates. A doctor might say, vaccines are safe and effective, backed by decades of research. A conspiracy theorist might say, vaccines are dangerous and part of a government plot. Someone trying to be fair might say, maybe the truth is in the middle, maybe vaccines are only somewhat safe. But medical science is not determined by compromise. The safety of vaccines is based on research, testing, and real-world data, not on the idea that both sides must have equal validity. This fallacy appears in historical arguments. A historian might say, this event happened based on records, eyewitness accounts, and physical evidence. A revisionist might claim, that event never happened, and all the evidence is fake. Someone trying to be neutral might say, maybe some parts happened, and some parts didn't. But history is not a matter of opinion, it is based on facts. Assuming the truth must always be a mix of two opposing views ignores the role of evidence. In politics, the middle ground fallacy is often used to avoid making tough decisions. One party might argue, we need strong environmental regulations to reduce pollution. Another party might argue, we should remove all environmental regulations. A politician might say,
let's compromise and only enforce some regulations. But whether regulations are necessary should be determined by their impact on public health and the environment, not just by finding a middle point between two opposing views. The middle ground fallacy also appears in personal arguments. A couple might disagree on whether to move to a new city. One person wants to stay, while the other wants to move far away. Instead of discussing their actual needs and priorities, they compromise by moving to a random city halfway between the two locations, even if it doesn't actually meet either person's needs. The assumption that the middle solution is always best ignores whether it makes sense in the real world. This fallacy is common in ethical debates. Someone might argue, stealing is always wrong. Another person might say, stealing is fine if it benefits someone. A third person might try to compromise by saying, stealing is only wrong sometimes. But whether stealing is right or wrong depends on the situation and moral reasoning, not just on finding a middle position between two extremes. The middle ground fallacy also appears in education policies. One school might argue, students learn best with structured lessons and standardized testing. Another might argue, students learn best with creative, open-ended projects and no testing. Instead of evaluating which method works best in different contexts, someone might say, let's just do half structured lessons and half creative projects. But good education isn't about picking a middle ground. It's about understanding which methods work best for different subjects and students. This mistake happens in legal debates. A lawyer might say, this person is guilty, and the evidence proves it. The defense might say, this person is innocent, and the evidence is weak. A judge who wants to seem fair might say, let's assume they are half guilty and give them a reduced sentence. But guilt or innocence is determined by facts, not by trying to find a middle position. The fallacy appears in sports arguments. A fan might say, this player is the best of all time. Another might say, this player is overrated. Instead of looking at statistics, performance, and accomplishments, someone might say, the truth is probably in the middle. He's just decent. But greatness in sports is determined by actual performance, not by averaging out opinions. This fallacy is also used in debates about technology. A person might argue, this phone has the best camera. Another person might say, this phone has the worst camera. Instead of comparing the actual image quality, someone might say, maybe the camera is just average. But the truth is determined by testing, not by assuming both sides must be equally right or wrong. The middle ground fallacy is dangerous because it creates false balance. Instead of analyzing evidence, it assumes that all viewpoints must be equally valid. But not all opinions are based on facts. If one side is backed by strong evidence and the other isn't, the truth is not automatically somewhere in the middle. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is the middle ground being chosen because of evidence, or just because two sides disagree? If the only reason for compromise is that two people hold different views, then it's likely a middle ground fallacy. Decisions should be based on logic and facts, not just on averaging out different opinions. The next time someone says, the truth must be in the middle, take a step back. Ask whether that's actually true, or if one side has more evidence. Sometimes the best answer is in the middle, but other times, one side is simply right. Truth isn't always about compromise. It's about understanding what the facts actually support. Imagine someone says, the sky is blue, or the sky is sunny. Then they look outside, see that the sky is blue, and conclude, that means it's not sunny. This argument assumes that if one part of the statement is true, the other must automatically be false. But that's not how logic works. The sky can be both blue and sunny at the same time. Just because one option is correct doesn't mean the other has to be wrong. This is an example of the affirming the disjunct fallacy. where someone incorrectly assumes that if one part of an or statement is true, then the other part must be false, even when both can be true at the same time. This fallacy happens when people misunderstand the word or. In everyday language, people sometimes use or in an exclusive way, meaning only one option can be true. But in logic, or can also be inclusive, meaning one or both options can be true at the same time. The mistake in this fallacy is treating every or statement as if it must be exclusive when that's not always the case. This mistake is common in personal decisions. Someone might say, you can have cake or ice cream for dessert. If they choose cake, they might assume that means they can't have ice cream. But if the original statement was meant in an inclusive way, then they could actually have both. By mistakenly treating the choice as exclusive, they unnecessarily limit their options. The affirming the disjunct fallacy also appears in political debates. A person might argue, you either support individual freedoms, or you support government regulation. If someone supports some personal freedoms, but also believes in some regulations, their position is dismissed, because the argument assumes both cannot coexist. But in reality, a person can support both freedoms and regulations at the same time. Just because they accept one doesn't mean they must reject the other. This fallacy appears in discussions about careers. Someone might say, you can either be successful or happy. If they become successful, they assume that must mean they can't be happy. Or if they are happy, they assume that means they must not be successful. But success and happiness aren't mutually exclusive. A person can be both successful and happy at the same time. The fallacy occurs when someone unnecessarily assumes they must choose between them. You also see this fallacy in sports debates. A commentator might say, a team wins because of offense or defense. If a team wins with strong offense, they assume that means defense must not have contributed. But a team can win with both a strong offense and a strong defense. Just because one part played a role doesn't mean the other part didn't matter. This mistake appears in health and fitness arguments. Someone might say, you either lose weight through diet or exercise. If they focus on diet, they assume that means exercise doesn't matter. But both diet and exercise contribute to weight loss. Assuming that one being true means the other must be false ignores the reality that both factors can work together. In science, this fallacy can lead to misunderstandings about natural processes. Someone might say, the weather is caused by temperature changes or atmospheric pressure. If they confirm that temperature affects the weather, they assume pressure must not play a role, but both factors influence the weather at the same time. Just because one part of an explanation is correct, doesn't mean the other must be false. This fallacy also appears in entertainment. A person might say, a movie is either artistic or entertaining. If they find a movie artistic, they assume that means it must not be entertaining. But many films can be both artistic and entertaining at the same time. The mistake is in assuming they must be opposites when they don't have to be. The affirming the disjunct fallacy shows up in technology debates. Someone might argue, a smartphone is either powerful or user-friendly. If they find that a phone is powerful, they assume that means it must not be user-friendly. But many smartphones can be both powerful and easy to use. Assuming that one feature excludes the other is a faulty way of thinking. This mistake also appears in relationships. A person might say, you can either love someone or disagree with them. If they disagree with a loved one, they assume that means they must not truly love them. But love and disagreement can exist at the same time. Just because one part of the statement is true doesn't mean the other must be false. This fallacy is often used in marketing. A company might say, our product is affordable or high quality. If it's affordable, they assume that means it must not be high quality. But some products manage to be both. By treating the options as mutually exclusive when they aren't, they create a misleading choice. The affirming the disjunct fallacy appears in moral debates. Someone might argue, a person is either selfish or generous. If they see someone doing something for themselves, they assume that means the person must not be generous. But people can have moments of selfishness while still being generous overall. The mistake is assuming that one characteristic cancels out the other. In workplace discussions, this fallacy leads to bad assumptions. A manager might say, an employee is either hardworking or creative. If they see someone being hardworking, they assume that means the person must not be creative. But many employees can be both hardworking and creative at the same time. The mistake is treating them as opposites when they don't have to be. This fallacy also appears in social identity debates. Someone might argue, you're either a traditionalist or a progressive. If a person agrees with one traditional idea, they assume that means they must not be progressive. But people can hold a mix of views. Assuming that one belief excludes the other ignores the complexity of personal opinions. The affirming the disjunct fallacy is dangerous because it creates false choices. Instead of recognizing that multiple things can be true at the same time, it forces people to choose between options that don't actually need to be separated. By misunderstanding how all works, people limit their thinking and make flawed conclusions. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, are these options actually mutually exclusive? If both parts of the statement can be true at the same time, then the argument is using the affirming the disjunct fallacy. Instead of assuming that one option cancels out the other, it's important to consider whether both might be true together. The next time someone says it must be this or that, take a step back. Ask whether both things could be true at the same time. Logic isn't about forcing false choices, it's about understanding how different ideas interact and recognizing when they don't have to be opposites.
Imagine someone says, drinking boiling water must be good for your health because the Chinese have been doing it for centuries. The argument assumes that because something has been practiced for a long time, it must be correct. But just because a tradition is old doesn't mean it is automatically the best or most effective approach. While boiling water can kill bacteria and make it safer to drink, that doesn't mean it has additional health benefits beyond cleanliness. The reasoning here is based on tradition rather than evidence, which is an example of the appeal to tradition fallacy, where something is considered right or better simply because it has been done for a long time. This fallacy happens when people assume that old ways are always the best ways. Instead of evaluating ideas based on evidence, they rely on historical practice as proof that something must be correct. But longevity doesn't determine truth. Many old beliefs have been disproven over time, and many long-standing practices have been replaced with better alternatives. Just because something has been around for generations doesn't mean it's the best option. This mistake is common in medicine. A person might say, herbal remedies must work because people have used them for thousands of years. While some traditional medicines do have benefits, others have been replaced by modern treatments because they were ineffective or even harmful. Medicine advances based on research and testing, not just on what people have done in the past. The fact that something has been used for a long time doesn't prove that it works. The appeal to tradition also appears in education. A person might argue, we should stick to traditional teaching methods because they have always been used, but education evolves as we learn more about how people process information. Just because a method is old doesn't mean it's the most effective. Schools now incorporate technology and new teaching strategies because they have been shown to improve learning. Holding on to outdated methods just because they are familiar ignores the potential for better approaches. This fallacy is often used in politics. Someone might say, we should keep our current laws because they have always been in place.
but laws need to be updated as societies change. Just because a policy has existed for a long time doesn't mean it still makes sense. Many outdated laws have been repealed because they no longer serve the public good. Tradition alone is not a reason to keep something in place. The appeal to tradition is also common in food culture. A person might say, "This dish should always be made this way because it's how our ancestors did it." While preserving culinary traditions is valuable, that doesn't mean recipes can't be improved or adapted. Many traditional foods have evolved over time, and resisting change just for the sake of tradition limits creativity and progress. This fallacy appears in business. A company might refuse to adopt new technology because we've always done things this way, but sticking to outdated methods can prevent growth and efficiency. Businesses that fail to adapt often get left behind by competitors who embrace innovation. Just because a strategy worked in the past doesn't mean it's still the best choice today. The appeal to tradition is often used in family life. A parent might say, "I was raised this way, so it must be the best way to raise children." But parenting techniques evolve as we learn more about child psychology. Some traditional parenting methods have been found to be ineffective or even harmful. Just because something was done in the past doesn't mean it's the best approach now. This fallacy is frequently used in cultural debates. A person might argue, "This custom should be followed because it's been part of our culture for centuries." While traditions can be meaningful and important, they should be preserved because they add value, not just because they are old. Some traditions may no longer be relevant, or may even be harmful. Keeping a tradition just because it has always existed ignores whether it still serves a positive purpose. In religious discussions, the appeal to tradition is often used to justify beliefs. A person might say, "This religious practice must be correct because it has been followed for thousands of years." But longevity doesn't determine truth. Many religious traditions have changed over time, and some beliefs have been re-evaluated based on new understandings. Faith is personal, but an argument based purely on tradition doesn't prove that a belief is correct. The appeal to tradition fallacy also appears in technology debates. Someone might argue, "Books are better than e-books because people have been reading printed books for centuries." But the value of a book isn't determined by its format. E-books offer advantages like portability and accessibility, while print books have their own benefits. The best choice depends on context, not just on which one came first. This fallacy can also be seen in legal debates. A person might say, "The death penalty should remain legal because it has always existed," but the morality and effectiveness of the death penalty should be debated based on evidence, not just on its history. Many societies have changed their views on capital punishment over time, as new ethical concerns have emerged. Just because something has always been done doesn't mean it should continue. In sports, the appeal to tradition is often used to resist change. A person might argue, "The rules of the game should never change because they have been the same for decades." But sports evolve to improve fairness, safety, and entertainment value. Many rule changes, such as video replay in soccer or the three-point line in basketball, have made games better. Just because an old way exists doesn't mean it's the best way. The appeal to tradition fallacy is also used in social norms. Someone might say, "Men should always be the breadwinners because that's how it has always been." But gender roles have changed over time, and many households now share financial responsibilities. Just because something was common in the past doesn't mean it must continue to be the norm. This fallacy appears in environmental debates. A person might argue, "We've always relied on fossil fuels, so switching to renewable energy isn't necessary." But energy sources should be evaluated based on sustainability and efficiency, not just on tradition. Many older energy sources are harmful to the environment, and newer technologies offer better alternatives. Holding on to fossil fuels just because they have been used for a long time ignores the need for progress. In health and wellness, this fallacy often leads to resistance against new treatments. Someone might say, natural remedies must be better than modern medicine because people used them for centuries. But many traditional remedies have been replaced by scientifically tested treatments that are more effective. Just because something has been used for a long time doesn't mean it works better than newer alternatives, backed by research. The appeal to tradition fallacy is dangerous because it prevents progress. Instead of evaluating ideas based on evidence and effectiveness, it assumes that age equals correctness. While traditions can have value, they should be preserved because they serve a purpose, not just because they have existed for a long time. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is this idea being defended because it's effective or just because it's old? If the only argument for something is that it has always been done that way, it's likely an appeal to tradition. Ideas should be judged based on their impact and usefulness, not just on their history. The next time someone says, we should keep doing this because it's tradition, take a step back. Ask whether the tradition actually provides value or if it's just being followed out of habit. Progress happens when we question outdated ideas and embrace better alternatives. The past is important, but the best decisions come from logic, evidence, and a willingness to evolve.
Imagine sitting in a movie theater, watching a film that you absolutely hate. The plot is dull, the acting is terrible, and you're constantly checking your watch, hoping it will end soon. You want to leave, but then you think, I already paid for the ticket, so I might as well stay and finish it. Even though you're miserable, you convince yourself to sit through the entire movie just because you spent money on it. This is an example of the sunk cost fallacy, where people continue investing time, money, or effort into something just because they've already invested in it, even when it no longer benefits them. Instead of making a rational decision based on the present and future, they focus on past costs that they can't get back. This fallacy happens when people let previous investments dictate their decisions instead of considering what is best for them now. The money you spent on the ticket is already gone, and whether you stay or leave, you won't get it back. The logical choice would be to leave if you're not enjoying the movie, because staying doesn't change the fact that the money is already spent. But because of the sunk cost fallacy, people feel obligated to stick with bad decisions simply because they've already committed something to them. This mistake is common in relationships. Someone might stay in a toxic or unhappy relationship because they've already spent years with their partner. They tell themselves, I've invested too much time in this relationship to leave now. But time spent in a bad relationship doesn't justify staying in it if it makes them unhappy. The logical question isn't how much time they've put in, it's whether the relationship is worth continuing based on its present and future, not just its past. The sunk cost fallacy also appears in business. A company might continue investing in a failing project because they've already spent millions of dollars on it. Even if the project clearly isn't working, they keep throwing more money at it, hoping to make it successful. Instead of cutting their losses, they make the mistake of believing that quitting now would mean wasting everything they've already put in. But in reality, the money they've already spent is gone no matter what, and the best decision would be to stop wasting more resources on something that isn't working. You see this fallacy in education and career choices. A person might spend years studying for a degree in a field they no longer enjoy, but they feel they have to stick with it because they've already invested so much time and money. Instead of switching to a career they actually want, they force themselves to continue down a path they hate just because of past investments. But those past investments don't make the future any better. The best decision is to pursue what will make them happy and successful in the long run, even if it means abandoning what they've already put effort into.
This fallacy also appears in sports. A coach might keep playing an underperforming player just because they signed them to an expensive contract. Instead of choosing the best player for the team, they justify keeping the struggling player on the field because they've already spent money on them. But the money is gone regardless, and the best decision is to play whoever gives the team the best chance of winning. The sunk cost fallacy is common in gambling. A person might lose money at a casino but keep playing because they don't want to waste what they've already lost. Instead of walking away, they think, I've already lost $100, so I have to keep going to win it back. But that money is already gone, and continuing to play doesn't guarantee they'll get it back. The rational choice would be to stop before losing even more, but the sunk cost fallacy makes people feel trapped. This mistake also appears in government spending. A country might continue funding a failing military operation or infrastructure project simply because they've already invested billions into it. Even if it's clear that continuing the project is a waste of money, leaders justify it by saying, we can't stop now, after everything we've put into it. But taxpayer money should be used efficiently, and the best choice is to stop wasting resources on something that isn't working. In technology, the sunk cost fallacy leads to outdated systems staying in place. A company might continue using old software or equipment because they've already spent so much money on it, even though upgrading would save money in the long run. Instead of adapting to better technology, they let past expenses hold them back. The logical choice would be to switch to something better, but they feel stuck because of what they've already invested. This fallacy appears in personal projects. Someone might spend months writing a book or working on an art piece, but they realize it isn't turning out the way they wanted. Instead of starting fresh or moving on to a better idea, they force themselves to finish it just because they've already spent so much time on it. But finishing something they don't believe in won't make their time more valuable. It will just waste even more time. The best choice is to work on something they're actually proud of, even if it means abandoning past efforts. In fitness and dieting, the sunk cost fallacy keeps people in ineffective routines. Someone might stick with a workout plan or diet that isn't working simply because they've already put in months of effort. Instead of switching to something that would get better results, they tell themselves, I can't quit now after everything I've done. But if something isn't working, it doesn't matter how much effort they've already put in. The best decision is to change strategies. This fallacy also appears in entertainment. A person might continue reading a book they find boring or playing a video game they don't enjoy just because they've already spent money on it. Instead of stopping and using their time on something better, they force themselves to finish it to justify their purchase. But their money is already gone, and the best choice is to spend their time on something they actually enjoy. The sunk cost fallacy is dangerous because it keeps people stuck in bad decisions. Instead of making choices based on what's best moving forward, they let past investments hold them back. This leads to wasted time, money, and energy, all because they don't want to waste what they've already put in. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, would I make this same decision if I was starting fresh? If the answer is no, then it's likely a sunk cost fallacy. The best choices are made by looking at the present and future, not by being trapped by the past. The next time you find yourself thinking, I've already put so much into this, I can't stop now, take a step back. Ask whether continuing is actually the best choice, or if you're just falling into the sunk cost fallacy. The smartest decisions are based on where you want to go, not on where you've already been.
Imagine someone saying, you can't prove that aliens aren't abducting people, so they must be. The argument isn't based on evidence of alien abductions. It's based on the idea that because there is no proof against it, it must be true. This is an example of the appeal to ignorance fallacy, where something is assumed to be true simply because it hasn't been proven false, or assumed to be false simply because it hasn't been proven true. Instead of providing actual evidence, this fallacy shifts the burden of proof onto others,
demanding they disprove a claim rather than proving it in the first place. This fallacy happens when people assume that the absence of evidence is itself evidence, but just because something hasn't been proven false doesn't mean it's automatically true. The lack of proof is not proof. Reality is determined by evidence, not by the inability to disprove a claim. If something is true, there should be positive evidence supporting it, not just a gap in knowledge. This mistake is common in conspiracy theories. A person might say, "You can't prove that the government isn't hiding information about UFOs, so they must be." But the fact that something hasn't been disproven doesn't mean it's automatically real. If a government cover-up exists, there should be actual evidence for it, not just a lack of disproof. The burden of proof is always on the person making the claim, not on others to prove it wrong. The appeal to ignorance also appears in debates about supernatural beliefs. Someone might argue, "You can't prove that ghosts don't exist, so they must be real." But that's not how proof works. The fact that something hasn't been disproven doesn't mean it exists. If ghosts were real, there should be positive evidence supporting their existence. Just because science hasn't ruled them out completely doesn't mean they are confirmed. This fallacy appears in personal arguments. A person might say, "You can't prove I was lying, so I must be telling the truth." But the inability to prove a lie doesn't automatically mean someone is being honest. Truth is determined by evidence, not by the absence of contradiction. Just because no one can directly disprove something doesn't make it true. The appeal to ignorance is also common in medical debates. Someone might argue, "You can't prove this alternative treatment doesn't work, so it must be effective." But medicine isn't based on what hasn't been disproven. It's based on what has been tested and shown to work. Just because there isn't conclusive evidence against a treatment doesn't mean it's beneficial. The only way to confirm effectiveness is through actual research, not through gaps in knowledge. This fallacy often appears in discussions about crime. The person might say, "There's no evidence proving that I committed the crime, so I must be innocent." But the absence of evidence doesn't necessarily prove innocence. While a lack of evidence might mean there isn't enough to convict, it doesn't automatically mean the person didn't do it. The legal system requires proof of guilt, but that doesn't mean the accused is automatically innocent, just because there isn't definitive evidence against them. In political debates, the appeal to ignorance is used to dismiss concerns. A politician might say, "You can't prove my policy won't work, so we should implement it." But just because something hasn't been proven ineffective doesn't mean it will be effective. Policies should be tested, analyzed, and supported by data, not simply assumed to work because they haven't been disproven. This fallacy is also used in discussions about new technology. A company might claim, "There's no proof that our product has security flaws, so it must be completely safe." But the lack of evidence for a flaw doesn't mean one doesn't exist. Security should be evaluated based on testing and research, not just on the assumption that a lack of problems means perfection. The appeal to ignorance fallacy appears in debates about history. Someone might say, "There's no evidence that ancient civilizations didn't have advanced technology, so they must have had it." That history is based on what can be proven, not on what hasn't been ruled out. The absence of evidence for something doesn't mean it happened, it just means there is no proof. This mistake is common in religious discussions. A person might argue, "You can't prove that God doesn't exist, so he must be real." But belief in something should be based on positive evidence, not on the lack of disproof. Just as the inability to disprove a claim doesn't make it true, the inability to prove it doesn't make it false. The existence of God is a matter of faith, not logical necessity based on gaps in evidence. The fallacy appears in health and nutrition debates. Someone might say, "You can't prove that artificial sweeteners don't cause cancer, so they must be dangerous." But scientific conclusions aren't based on a lack of disproof. They're based on actual studies and evidence. If artificial sweeteners were dangerous, there should be direct proof, not just an assumption based on uncertainty. This fallacy is also used in sports debates. A commentator might say, "There's no proof that this player isn't using performance-enhancing drugs, so he must be." But suspicion isn't the same as evidence. Just because something hasn't been ruled out doesn't mean it's true. Accusations should be based on facts, not just on the inability to prove innocence. In personal finance, this fallacy can lead to bad decisions. Someone might invest in a company because you can't prove it won't succeed, but investment should be based on market research and financial analysis, not just on the idea that failure hasn't been proven. The lack of evidence against something isn't proof that it's a good idea. This fallacy is also seen in urban legends. A person might say, "You can't prove that this haunted house isn't filled with ghosts, so it must be." But stories about haunted houses aren't confirmed just because no one has disproven them. The existence of ghosts requires positive evidence, not just a lack of counter-evidence. The appeal to ignorance fallacy is dangerous because it shifts the burden of proof. Instead of providing actual evidence, it demands that others disprove a claim. But truth isn't determined by the inability to disprove something. It's determined by the presence of solid evidence. Just because something hasn't been ruled out doesn't mean it's true. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is there actual evidence for this claim, or is it just being assumed because no one has disproven it? If the only argument is that something hasn't been ruled out, then it's likely an appeal to ignorance. The best decisions are based on real data and logical reasoning, not just on the absence of disproof. The next time someone says, "You can't prove this isn't true, so it must be," take a step back. Ask whether there is actual evidence supporting the claim, or if it's just relying on uncertainty. Real knowledge comes from proof, not from gaps in what we know. The burden of proof always lies with the person making the claim, not with others to prove it wrong.
Imagine someone arguing that no one can truly be bald because losing one hair doesn't make a person bald. If a person loses one hair, they still have a full head of hair. If they lose another, they still have hair. Following this reasoning, even if a person loses thousands of hairs, the argument insists they can never be classified as bald because there is no single moment where they went from having hair to being bald. This is an example of the Continuum Fallacy, where someone refuses to acknowledge a clear distinction between two states because the transition between them is gradual. Instead of recognizing that a meaningful difference exists, they argue that because the change happens in small steps, the difference must not exist at all. This fallacy happens when people assume that if there is no precise dividing line between two things, then the difference between them must be meaningless. But just because something exists on a spectrum doesn't mean distinctions can't be made. Even if baldness doesn't happen in an instant, it still happens. Even if the exact moment someone transitions from having hair to being bald is unclear, that doesn't mean baldness doesn't exist. This mistake is common in age-related discussions. Someone might argue that there's no real difference between being young and old because aging happens gradually. Since there's no single moment when a person becomes old, they claim that youth and old age are meaningless concepts. But just because there isn't a precise cutoff point doesn't mean there isn't a real difference between a child and an elderly person. The transition might be gradual, but the two categories still exist. The Continuum Fallacy also appears in debates about intelligence. A person might say, there's no clear dividing line between smart and not smart, so intelligence isn't real. But intelligence exists on a spectrum, and just because people fall at different points along that spectrum doesn't mean intelligence isn't a meaningful concept. The fact that some people are slightly smarter than others doesn't mean there's no difference between someone with genius-level intelligence and someone who struggles to understand complex ideas. This fallacy is often used in legal and moral debates. A person might argue, there's no exact point where an action becomes immoral, so morality is meaningless. But moral issues often exist on a spectrum.
Just because some ethical dilemmas are complex, doesn't mean there's no difference between right and wrong. Stealing $1 is not the same as stealing $1 million, but that doesn't mean theft isn't a real concept, just because small differences exist along the way. The continuum fallacy appears in health and fitness discussions. Someone might say, there's no exact moment when a person goes from being unhealthy to healthy, so health isn't a real distinction. But while health exists on a spectrum, that doesn't mean people can't generally be classified as healthy or unhealthy. Just because the transition is gradual, doesn't mean the difference isn't meaningful. This mistake also shows up in addiction debates. A person might argue, there's no exact point where someone becomes an alcoholic, so alcoholism isn't real. But addiction exists on a spectrum, and even if there isn't a clear dividing line between casual drinking and addiction, that doesn't mean addiction isn't a real condition. The fact that different levels exist doesn't erase the distinction between a social drinker and someone with a serious dependency. In economic discussions, the continuum fallacy is used to argue that wealth doesn't exist. A person might say, there's no clear point where a person becomes rich, so rich and poor are meaningless distinctions. But financial status exists on a spectrum. While different people have different levels of wealth, that doesn't mean there's no meaningful difference between extreme poverty and extreme wealth. The continuum fallacy is also used in political debates. Someone might argue, there's no precise moment when a society goes from being free to being oppressed, so freedom and oppression aren't real concepts. But just because the loss of freedom can happen gradually, doesn't mean there's no meaningful difference between a free society and one under totalitarian rule. A gradual decline in freedom doesn't mean it isn't happening. This fallacy appears in climate change discussions. A person might say, there's no clear moment when the planet becomes too warm, so global warming isn't a real problem. But just because climate change happens gradually, doesn't mean it isn't happening. The fact that there isn't a single moment when everything shifts, doesn't mean the effects aren't real. The continuum fallacy is often used in identity debates. Someone might argue, there's no clear point where a language becomes a dialect, so there's no real difference between languages. But linguistic change happens over time, and just because languages evolve gradually, doesn't mean distinctions between them are meaningless. English and German share a common ancestor, but that doesn't mean they aren't now distinct languages. This mistake appears in athletic performance discussions. A coach might argue, there's no clear moment when a person becomes an elite athlete, so there's no such thing as an elite athlete. But just because skill levels exist on a spectrum, doesn't mean there's no difference between a casual player and a world champion. The lack of a precise dividing line doesn't mean categories don't exist. The continuum fallacy also appears in workplace discussions. A person might say, there's no exact moment when someone goes from being a beginner to being an expert, so expertise isn't real. But expertise is developed over time, and just because the transition is gradual, doesn't mean expertise isn't a meaningful concept. A person with years of experience and deep knowledge is clearly different from someone just starting out. This fallacy is common in debates about consciousness. Someone might argue, there's no precise moment when a child becomes fully self-aware, so consciousness isn't real. But self-awareness develops over time, and just because it doesn't happen instantly, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Consciousness is a real phenomenon, even if it exists on a spectrum. The continuum fallacy can also appear in fashion and style debates. Someone might argue, there's no exact moment when a trend becomes outdated, so outdated trends don't exist. But just because styles change gradually, doesn't mean that some trends don't become clearly outdated over time. The fact that change happens in steps, doesn't mean change isn't real. The danger of the continuum fallacy is that it ignores meaningful differences. Instead of recognizing that gradual change can still lead to distinct categories, it dismisses real distinctions just because they aren't instant. But reality isn't always black and white. Just because something happens on a spectrum, doesn't mean meaningful differences don't exist. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, does the fact that change happens gradually mean the distinction isn't real. If an argument claims that a difference doesn't exist just because it happens over time, it's likely a continuum fallacy. The best way to think critically is to recognize that gradual change doesn't erase real differences. The next time someone says, "There's no clear dividing line, so the distinction must be meaningless," take a step back. Ask whether the difference still matters even if the transition is gradual. Reality isn't always defined by sharp boundaries, but that doesn't mean important distinctions don't exist.
Imagine someone saying, "She's a cold person, so she must have an icy heart." At first glance, this might sound reasonable, but it's based on a misleading use of language. The word cold has different meanings depending on context. It can mean physically cold, like ice, or it can mean emotionally distant. By treating both meanings as if they are the same, the argument becomes misleading. This is an example of the equivocation fallacy, where a word with multiple meanings is used in a misleading way to create the illusion of a logical connection. Instead of making a valid point, the argument relies on a shift in meaning to appear convincing. This fallacy happens when someone uses the same word in different ways within an argument, treating one meaning as if it applies to another. Words often have multiple definitions, but in logical reasoning, it's important to be consistent. When people blur these meanings to support a conclusion, they are committing equivocation. This mistake is common in discussions about freedom. A person might say, "Everyone should have freedom of speech, so companies should allow employees to say anything they want." But freedom of speech, in a legal sense, means protection from government censorship, not freedom from consequences in private workplaces. By shifting the meaning of freedom, the argument misrepresents what is actually being discussed. The equivocation fallacy also appears in debates about science. Someone might say, "Evolution is just a theory, so it's not proven." But in everyday language, a theory is a guess or speculation, while in science, a theory is a well-supported explanation based on evidence. By switching between these meanings, the argument tries to make evolution seem weaker than it actually is. This fallacy appears in personal arguments. A person might say, "I have the right to do what I want, so I'm always right." But having rights in a legal sense doesn't mean being correct in every decision. By using right in two different ways, the argument confuses the issue rather than addressing it logically. The equivocation fallacy is often used in advertising. A company might claim, "Our product is natural, so it must be healthy." But natural is a vague term that can mean many things. Some natural substances, like arsenic or poison ivy, are harmful. Just because something is natural doesn't mean it is good for health. By exploiting the ambiguity of the word, the argument misleads consumers. This fallacy is also used in moral debates. Someone might argue, "All killing is murder, and murder is wrong, so all killing is wrong." But killing can refer to different situations, such as self-defense, war or capital punishment, which are often legally or morally distinguished from murder. By treating all killing as if it has the same moral weight, the argument oversimplifies a complex issue. The equivocation fallacy appears in discussions about intelligence. A person might say, "Computers are intelligent because they can solve problems." But intelligence in a human sense involves creativity, emotions, and independent thought, while artificial intelligence operates based on programming and algorithms. By shifting the meaning of intelligence, the argument falsely equates human cognition with machine processing. In legal debates, this fallacy can lead to misunderstandings. Someone might say, "The law says we must be treated equally, so everyone should receive the same income." But legal equality refers to equal protection under the law, not necessarily economic equality. By confusing the meanings of equality, the argument misrepresents legal principles.
This fallacy appears in political debates. A politician might say, the government should serve the people, so taxes should be optional. But serving the people in a democratic sense doesn't mean eliminating taxes. Governments provide services like infrastructure, education, and security, which require funding. By shifting the meaning of serving the people, the argument ignores the realities of governance. The equivocation fallacy also appears in philosophical discussions. Someone might argue, everything happens for a reason, so there must be a purpose behind every event. But reason can mean either a cause or a purpose. While events have causes, that doesn't mean they have deeper meaning or purpose. By using the word in two different ways, the argument creates an illusion of depth that isn't actually there. In sports, this fallacy can mislead people. A coach might say, hard work always pays off, so if you didn't succeed, you must not have worked hard enough. But pays off can mean different things. Hard work often improves skill and effort, but it doesn't guarantee success. By using the phrase in multiple ways, the argument ignores external factors that influence success. This fallacy is common in debates about justice. A person might say, justice means treating people fairly, so we should never punish anyone. But fairness doesn't always mean avoiding consequences. Justice can involve fairness in rewards, punishments, and rights. By narrowing the definition to support a specific conclusion, the argument ignores broader aspects of justice. The equivocation fallacy also appears in religion. Someone might say, faith is necessary in everyday life, so religious faith must be reasonable. But faith in a general sense means trust based on experience, while religious faith often involves belief without direct evidence. By switching between these meanings, the argument tries to make religious faith seem identical to practical trust. In financial discussions, this fallacy can lead to misleading claims. A company might advertise, investing in gold is a secure decision because gold is a secure material. But secure in a physical sense means strong or unbreakable, while in finance, it means safe from risk. By treating both meanings as if they are the same, the argument falsely implies that investing in gold carries no financial risk. This mistake appears in debates about education. Someone might say, learning should be free, so college tuition should be free. But free in the sense of accessible learning isn't the same as free tuition. Education can be free in terms of available resources, like libraries and online courses, without meaning that universities should operate without charging students. By using free in different ways, the argument misleads people about the issue. In personal disputes, this fallacy can cause confusion. A person might say, you said you loved me, but now you're angry at me, so you must not love me anymore. But love as an emotional connection isn't the same as expressing love in every moment. By treating both meanings as identical, the argument oversimplifies human relationships. The equivocation fallacy is dangerous because it creates misleading arguments that seem logical on the surface, but rely on shifting meanings. Instead of making clear, well-reasoned points, people using this fallacy exploit language to manipulate discussions. The result is confusion, rather than clarity. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is the meaning of a key word shifting in this argument? If a term is being used in multiple ways without clarification, it's likely an equivocation fallacy. Logical reasoning requires consistency in language, not deliberate ambiguity. The next time someone makes an argument that seems clever but relies on vague or shifting meanings, take a step back. Ask whether the words being used mean the same thing throughout the argument. Clear thinking depends on clear language, and real logic isn't built on wordplay, it's built on truth.
Imagine someone saying, people who buy stocks are no different than gamblers. At first, this might sound reasonable. Both involve risk, money, and uncertainty, but this comparison ignores important differences. Gambling is based purely on chance,
with odds stacked against the player, while investing in stocks involves analyzing market trends, company performance, and long-term strategies. While both involve financial risk, treating them as identical overlooks key distinctions. This is an example of the faulty analogy fallacy, where two things are compared as if they are the same, when in reality, they have significant differences. Instead of making a strong argument, the person relies on surface-level similarities, while ignoring deeper differences that make the comparison flawed. This fallacy happens when an argument assumes that because two things share some characteristics, they must be identical in every way. But just because two things are similar in certain aspects doesn't mean they are the same. A strong analogy highlights relevant similarities, while a faulty analogy oversimplifies the comparison and ignores crucial distinctions. This mistake is common in political debates. A person might argue, taxation is theft, because both involve taking money from people without their consent. While both involve money being taken, theft is an illegal act for personal gain, while taxation is a structured system used to fund public services like roads, schools, and security. Equating the two ignores the differences in purpose, legality, and societal function. The faulty analogy fallacy also appears in medical debates. Someone might say, taking medicine is just like taking illegal drugs, because both involve putting chemicals into your body. While both involve substances entering the body, prescription medicine is tested, regulated, and designed to treat illnesses, while illegal drugs often lack oversight and can have harmful effects. The comparison oversimplifies the situation by ignoring crucial differences in safety, regulation, and intended use. This fallacy appears in discussions about technology. A person might argue, using a calculator is no different than cheating on a test, because both involve getting answers without doing the work. But a calculator is a tool meant to assist in solving problems, while cheating involves dishonesty and breaking rules. The comparison ignores the fact that calculators are often allowed, and even encouraged in certain fields of study. The faulty analogy fallacy is often used in discussions about war and self-defense. Someone might say, killing in self-defense is just like murder, because both involve taking a life. But murder is an unlawful act with intent to harm, while self-defense is a legal and often necessary response to an immediate threat. By treating both situations as identical, the argument ignores the moral and legal distinctions between them. This fallacy also appears in arguments about parenting. A person might argue, telling children to follow rules is just like being a dictator, because both involve controlling others. So while both involve authority, a dictatorship is about oppressive rule, while parenting is about guidance, protection, and education. Comparing the two ignores the fundamental differences in intention and impact. In business, the faulty analogy fallacy can lead to poor decision-making. A manager might say, a business should run like a family, where everyone is treated equally. While a family is based on personal relationships and unconditional support, a business operates on efficiency, roles, and productivity. So while teamwork and respect are important in both, treating a company exactly like a family ignores the professional boundaries and responsibilities needed for success. This fallacy appears in discussions about education. Someone might argue, online learning is no different than watching YouTube videos, because both involve getting information from a screen. But structured online courses involve interaction, assessments, and expert guidance, while YouTube videos are usually informal and self-directed. The comparison oversimplifies the differences in structure, credibility, and engagement. The faulty analogy fallacy is often used in debates about laws and rights. A person might say, making people wear seatbelts is just like forcing people to wear helmets at home. While both involve safety, seatbelt laws exist to protect people in public transportation systems where accidents are common, while wearing a helmet at home is a private choice with no impact on public safety. The comparison ignores the role of risk and public policy. This fallacy also appears in environmental discussions. Someone might argue, switching to renewable energy is like forcing people to stop eating their favorite foods just because others don't like them. But transitioning to renewable energy is about reducing long-term environmental harm, while food preferences are personal choices with no major consequences for the planet. The analogy is misleading because it equates a public policy issue with a personal lifestyle choice. The faulty analogy fallacy is common in historical debates. A person might say, the Roman Empire fell because of corruption, and since corruption exists today, our society is doomed to collapse too. While corruption played a role in Rome's fall, many other factors, like economic struggles, invasions, and political instability were involved. Comparing ancient Rome to modern society ignores the vast differences in technology, governance, and global structure. In sports debates, this fallacy is often used to argue about performance. Someone might say, a great sprinter should be a great long-distance runner, because both involve running, but sprinting and long-distance running require different skills, endurance levels, and training methods. Assuming that success in one means automatic success in the other ignores the key differences between the two. This mistake appears in entertainment arguments. A person might say, all musicians are just like actors, because both perform on stage. So while both involve performance, musicians focus on composing and playing music, while actors focus on portraying characters. The comparison ignores the distinct skills and artistic processes involved in each profession. The faulty analogy fallacy is often used in workplace disputes. A person might argue, my boss checking my work is just like a prison guard watching inmates. But workplace supervision ensures quality and efficiency, while prison surveillance is about security and control. Equating the two ignores the differences in purpose and necessity. This fallacy also appears in debates about crime and punishment. Someone might say, fining people for breaking parking laws is just like stealing from them. So while both involve losing money, fines are legal consequences for violating rules, while theft is an illegal act of taking money without consent. Treating the two as identical ignores the role of accountability and justice. The faulty analogy fallacy is dangerous because it creates misleading comparisons that oversimplify complex issues. Instead of making arguments based on facts, it relies on surface-level similarities, while ignoring deeper differences. This leads to confusion and flawed conclusions. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, are these things actually similar in a meaningful way, or am I just seeing a superficial resemblance? If the comparison ignores important differences, it's likely a faulty analogy. Strong arguments rely on accurate comparisons, not misleading ones. The next time someone makes an argument that relies on a comparison, take a step back. Ask whether the two things being compared are actually alike in a relevant way, or if the argument is just using similarities to distract from the real issue. Clear thinking requires understanding both similarities and differences, not just making connections that sound convincing at first glance.
Imagine someone saying, if someone is a professor, they have a PhD. If you're not a professor, then you don't have a PhD. At first this might sound logical, but it's actually a flawed way of thinking. Just because being a professor requires a PhD doesn't mean that only professors can have PhDs. Plenty of people earn a PhD without ever becoming professors. This is an example of the denying the antecedent fallacy, where someone assumes that if a condition leads to a result, then the absence of that condition means the result cannot happen. Instead of logically evaluating the relationship, the argument incorrectly reverses the reasoning, leading to an invalid conclusion. This fallacy happens when someone assumes that because one thing guarantees another, the absence of the first thing means the second thing can't happen at all. But just because a cause leads to an effect, doesn't mean that the effect can only come from that cause. There are often multiple ways for something to occur, and denying the original condition
doesn't necessarily rule out the possibility of the outcome. This mistake is common in academic discussions. Someone might argue, if you study hard, you will get good grades. If you don't study hard, then you won't get good grades. While studying hard increases the chances of getting good grades, it doesn't mean that not studying hard guarantees failure. Some students might naturally understand the material, have prior knowledge, or learn effectively in different ways. Assuming that success can only come from one path ignores other possibilities. Denying the antecedent also appears in health and fitness debates. A person might say, if you exercise regularly, you will be healthy. If you don't exercise regularly, then you won't be healthy. While regular exercise contributes to good health, there are many other factors involved, such as diet, genetics, and lifestyle choices. Someone who doesn't exercise regularly might still be in good health due to other habits. The argument fails because it assumes that only one factor determines the outcome. This fallacy appears in financial discussions. Someone might argue, if you save and invest wisely, you will become wealthy. If you don't save and invest wisely, then you will never become wealthy. While saving and investing are important, wealth can come from inheritances, business success, or other financial opportunities. Assuming that the absence of one wealth-building method means financial success is impossible ignores other possibilities. In sports, this fallacy leads to flawed predictions. A commentator might say, if a team has a great coach, they will win championships. If they don't have a great coach, then they won't win championships. While a great coach can increase a team's chances of winning, teams can still win due to talented players, strong teamwork, or other factors. Assuming that championships are only possible with great coaching overlooks other contributions to success. This mistake also appears in legal arguments. A lawyer might say, if there is direct evidence, the suspect will be convicted. If there is no direct evidence, then the suspect will not be convicted. But cases can be won based on circumstantial evidence, witness testimony, or other forms of proof. Assuming that only one kind of evidence leads to conviction ignores the complexity of the legal system. Denying the antecedent is often used in workplace discussions. A manager might argue, if an employee works hard, they will get promoted. If they don't work hard, then they will never get promoted. While hard work is important, promotions can also come from networking, leadership skills, or company needs. Assuming that not working hard automatically prevents career growth ignores other factors that contribute to professional success. This fallacy also appears in relationships. Someone might say, if you love someone, you will always agree with them. If you don't always agree with them, then you don't love them. But love doesn't require complete agreement. People can disagree and still care deeply about each other. Assuming that disagreement means a lack of love is an oversimplification. The denying the antecedent fallacy is common in political arguments. A person might say, if a country has strong leadership, it will be successful. If it doesn't have strong leadership, then it won't be successful. While leadership is important, many other factors contribute to a country's success, including economic policies, natural resources, and global relations. Assuming that only one factor determines a nation's success ignores the complexity of governance. In science, this fallacy leads to misunderstandings about cause and effect. Someone might argue, if a medicine is effective, it will cure a disease. If it doesn't cure the disease, then it must not be effective. But some medicines manage symptoms rather than providing a complete cure. Assuming that effectiveness requires a total cure misrepresents how medical treatments work. This fallacy appears in parenting. A person might say, if parents set rules, children will grow up disciplined. If parents don't set rules, then children will not be disciplined. While rules can help instill discipline, children can also learn discipline through role models, life experiences, and personal growth. Assuming that rules are the only way to raise disciplined children ignores other influences. Denying the antecedent is also used in arguments about crime. Someone might argue, if a person is guilty, there will be evidence. If there is no evidence, then the person must not be guilty. While evidence is necessary for conviction, the lack of available evidence doesn't always mean innocence. Crimes can go unsolved due to missing proof, tampered evidence, or investigative errors. This fallacy appears in entertainment. A critic might say, if a movie has a good script, it will be successful. If it doesn't have a good script, then it will fail. While a strong script is important, success can also depend on acting, direction, marketing, or audience reception. Assuming that a bad script always leads to failure ignores other factors that contribute to a film's outcome. In business, this fallacy can lead to flawed decision-making. A company might argue, if we provide excellent customer service, we will succeed. If we don't provide excellent customer service, then we will fail. While good service is important, success can also come from innovative products, strong marketing, or cost management. Assuming that only one factor determines success oversimplifies business strategy. Denying the antecedent is often used in education debates. Someone might argue, if a student studies, they will pass the test. If they don't study, then they will fail. While studying helps, some students might pass based on prior knowledge, classroom learning, or test-taking skills. Assuming that not studying always leads to failure ignores individual differences. This fallacy appears in discussions about talent. A person might say, if someone practices an instrument, they will become a great musician. If they don't practice, then they will never become a great musician. While practice is essential, natural talent, mentorship, and passion also play a role. Assuming that a lack of practice means a person can never be great ignores the complexity of skill development. Denying the antecedent is dangerous because it creates false limitations. Instead of recognizing that multiple factors can lead to an outcome, it assumes that only one path exists. This leads to faulty reasoning, poor decision-making, and misunderstandings about cause and effect. One way to recognize this fallacy is to ask, is this the only way for the outcome to happen? If there are other ways the result could occur, then the argument is likely denying the antecedent. Critical thinking requires considering all possibilities, not just rejecting conclusions based on incomplete reasoning. The next time someone argues that the absence of one thing means the absence of a result, take a step back. Ask whether the conclusion truly follows from the premise, or if the reasoning is flawed. Good logic doesn't just look at one possible cause, it considers all the ways an outcome can happen.